Hello, everybody. Welcome to the episode. Panda's not here, but he should be here in a minute, hopefully. How are you all doing today?
I'm so big.
Hey, you know what? Your
big.
face is in frame, so I'm taking that as a win. It just looks a little, it looks a little weirder because Panda's camera's not filling that slot. But your face is in frame, so I'm counting it as a victory.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is gonna look so weird when I have to crop it for the TikTok.
Oh, I'll try to fix it. I'll try to align it. I always
Just
forget
a
that we have to
massive
do that.
floating head.
I wonder.
I
if
hear
there's
that's a plot point of Love and Thunder, but I haven't seen it.
It's on Disney Plus now. Love and Thunder's on Disney Plus now, so you can.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
it came on Disney Plus super fast. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the episode. We will start in a couple minutes once Panda gets here. In theory. Let me get everything ready. Oh, I guess I'll go ahead and lead with this. We have a couple topics to go through. As you know, we vamp in the beginning. This is one of the weirdest disclaimers that I'm ever going to have to put on anything that I ever make. So this episode, if the players go where I think they're going to, they have agency, they can go wherever, but if they go where I think they're going to, this episode, A, has a lot of horror themes, and B, is based kind of heavily on British aristocracy. Pure coincidence that this happened the day after Queen Elizabeth died. This has been planned for weeks, so in your theorizing and thinking, don't take that into account. I did not base this off of that at all. But yeah, I now have to put a disclaimer on this that it does not have to do with the death of the Queen, so you guys are aware of that now.
If we do end up killing a queen here, it would just be like, it happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
completely unrelated to any characters, fictional or non-fictional.
Unrelated. Again, I had this plan for a very long time. There are references to it in previous episodes, so you know that. Anyway, Momo, you had something you want to plug as well. I'll toss it over to you now that I've done my stupid disclaimer.
So, if anyone is listening to our Spotify, then you know that I asked to put out a poll up this week. And I asked you, what do you think Glib's real name is? If you want to participate in this poll, because I will revisit this next week, just go to our Spotify. I think someone is going to drop it soon. It's going to link you to our Anchor, where you can support us if you do want to. You do not have to support us in order to listen to the podcast, but we would just really like that. That'd be super cool.
I like that.
Yeah. So you can participate in the poll, and I'm going to read you some of the responses we've gotten already. I don't know if the people that did comment are okay with me reading their Spotify handle, so I won't do that until they give me express permission. But commenter A said, Larry, if you know, you know. That is, I don't know, so I guess...
I don't know.
I want to put it...
So I guess
Panda told me, and I don't remember off the top of my head, so I can't actually tell you. I do know the secret name of Glib. It's in there somewhere. I just can't tell you what it is because I don't remember.
It's in there.
Someone else, commenter B, said Mark.
Oh, people in chat are saying Lord Deathman. Is Larry a Lord Deathman reference? Is that what his real name is? Was that where that came from, chat? That might be where the Larry thing came from. Yeah, people are saying Lord Deathman. Okay, that's a reference to that. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
That's a good joke. I just didn't get it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, where are my dice?
Oh, shoot, I need my dice too. Never mind, they're right here. We're good.
First name begins with a GL, the middle name begins with an I, and the last name starts with a B.
That would be interesting.
But it's said as Glib.
And that's where the maybe code name came from.
Maybe.
I know Panda's been...
We don't know that, and Panda's not here to confirm or deny
Panda has intentionally been cryptic as to whether Glib is a real name or not, and I'm not going to give any more information on that, so...
Yeah, and another poll I had on a different video, if you want to go participate in this specific one, the what do you think Glib's real name is? That would be Godforce Session 5, the Rangers of Power versus Glib. And the other poll is going to be on Godforce Session 4, I want to say, and that is Frenemy on a Friday.
Yeah, I didn't know we could
And I asked about new merge, if we had new merge, what you guys would want. And that would be PC stickers. That would be all of our PCs: Canyon, Glib, Goodbid, SG, Skeezville. Our NPC stickers: Blob, Kermit, Jared, Polnaris, and/or Friday or NPC PC pins. And it seems like a lot of you guys want NPC stickers, so we'll have to evaluate
I will
that.
figure out how to do that. I still need to get Skeesville art too, but art costs money, so I'll make it work. I will make it work. We will get more art for you guys at some point, I promise.
I've been paying for art recently for other stuff that I can't talk about yet, and it's a lot of money.
I mean, it's kind of like, if I get art of my NPCs, that's IP that I own, so I can get art of the NPCs for whatever, so I'll just use them, slap them in a comic book later or something. Oh, speaking of art, that's kind of a good segue into another thing that we have to plug today, a special thing. So most of you, especially if you are in my Discord or in the Heels Discord or just my usual Twitch streams, know Amy, Wiccan Demiurge. So we are actively trying to plug Amy's Etsy today, and in possibly future streams as well. For those of you who don't know, Amy has an Etsy. I'm trying to remember what I made. There we go. I made the command Amy. She has an Etsy where she makes patches of various things. There's a lot of like Jeff the Landshark things on there. There's Marvel references, Power Rangers references, things like that. The reason that we're specifically plugging her Etsy today is she got fired from her job yesterday for basically no reason. She got hired at a new job like 2 months ago, and as of yesterday, the owner of the company decided they actually didn't need that position anymore, and fired her only for that reason. So if you want to help out someone who's big in this community, I put her Etsy in the chat feed there, and I'll plug that again at the end. But yeah, we all love Amy here, so if you want to help her out, that is there. So yeah.
Thank you, Amy.
Yes, we love you, Amy.
Shout out, Amy.
She's amazing.
All right. Do we have anything else to plug? Panda said he would be here in a couple minutes, so I guess we expect Road Rage Glib again this week.
Someone specifically asked about "I'm Not a Lady, I'm a Nightmare" merch. We're working on it. We're working on it.
Can I say this? I can say this. He did this on live. Panda is also Panda is drawing merch concepts for us, so we are going to have some merch that is at least in part designed by Panda as well. So like there's more cool merch concepts coming, which is going to be cool.
I did try concepting one, and it was just so laughable.
It was
bad.
good.
It was not
good.
Oh, Queen, thank you for the gift.
Lie to me.
Concept art. I was like, this is official as fuck.
I need to go.
Really
Can I find it? Can I find the thing that Momo? That'll be a good way to kill time while we wait for Panda. Hold on, you guys vamp for a second while I import this into the.
I was genuinely impressed, Momo. Like what I saw, I was like, wow.
Oh, here we go.
Better
Okay,
than I.
Hold on, I'm gonna import this in and just.
It's a concept, people.
What do I want to call it there? Okay, it auto saved into fan art. That's perfect. I mean, I don't know if art that Momo makes count as fan art, but you know, it's good enough.
She's a fan of.
I'm a fan of our show. I hope you are all fans.
I would hope so. Yes.
I'm indifferent, but we'll see. Maybe this episode will turn me around.
All right, hold on. I'm importing the very good art in. And now it's just going to be sitting here in my stream because I'm going to forget to remove it like I always do. There's so many like old images. Oh, that's really big. But this is the concept. Obviously, this would be like a Capri Sun thing. Yes. But this is the beautiful merch concept for our Spotify listeners, who I'm sure have been having a great time for the last 15 minutes. It's good bid Capri Sun. Well, yeah, it's essentially good bid Capri Sun bid.
Yeah, it's you can't see it if you're listening to this on Spotify.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So it's just the Danimals label, but like good bid photoshopped over like the monkey character.
I need to go. I have to do designs for like next week's stuff, so I'm going to be doing Photoshop. Definitely not in class this week, but if I have some extra time between doing other Photoshops for next week, I will make a more cleaned up good bid Capri Sun thing.
Holy shit. Hardest part about being level 12 is I don't have enough room for all the dice that I need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're level 12. If you haven't leveled up, do that now while we wait for the Panda Red.
I was surprised I didn't get any new spells for like the first.
Yeah, I didn't get any new spells either.
The spells slowing down.
Did you get new spells?
Somebody mentioned.
Yeah, there should be
Probably.
something.
Somebody mentioned that it was surprising that Mr. Goodbid didn't have the highest charisma in the party that Glib did. For the record, it's now a +4.
Okay,
so me and
you
Glib are matched.
boosted that up.
I think I had the
Also,
highest charisma.
for the record,
I have a +5 to charisma.
Oh, you have
This is
+5?
this
my bad.
party is just like really convincing dumb people. That's like almost the entire party is just.
The main difference is like the feats and feats is in world it would be like the experiences that Goodbid has. I'm looking at his stats right now and they're fucking bunko. Like,
what does that mean? What does that mean? Is that good or bad?
I'll tell you what it means.
Is that hold on? Is that famous TikToker Panda Red?
Oh my god.
His thing's so big, but I think that's him. Let me fix it.
Give me a second. My headphones aren't working.
Oh, okay. Well, we can hear you, so that's good.
I love how everyone else's camera broke except mine.
Yeah, yours used to be the biggest problem, and now it's like totally not. I don't know why. I think it's like the system trying to reconcile different camera resolutions. I don't know why it does that, but we'll balance it for now. Okay. Right now, the cameras are the best they've ever been. Everyone is solidly in frame in the correct size. Let's see how long that
everyone,
lasts.
let's pause for a thumbnail.
Pause
for a thumbnail.
Yeah, screenshot this, because this is the best you'll ever see our cameras.
Somebody, Mom, get the camera! No, but my stats are fucking bunko. By that I mean I have 3 different stats. I have a +12 to them.
Oh my god.
That's good.
Wait, what stats do you have a +12 to?
I have a +12 to deception, intimidation, and persuasion.
Good fucking god, man.
Okay, noted. Hey,
yeah. I mean, he's good with his words. What can I say?
That is bunko.
I don't know how this happened, but it is bunko. That's what I didn't know.
I didn't know if bunko was good or bad, and now I know.
It depends on who you're
Fair
asking.
enough.
For you, bad.
Hey, I'll
probably.
Add that word to your lexicon, people. Bunko.
Bunko.
For me,
yeah,
it's pretty good.
Very good for you. I guess it just means like nonsense. Anyway, we should jump right into things. If your headphones are good, Panda.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Working fine.
Anyone want to take the recap of the Power Rangers episode?
Surely.
I mean, we made Panda do it last time. I'm happy to make Panda do it again if you want, or I can take it. Whatever. It should be a pretty simple one. It was mostly fight.
Oh, I mean, I guess I can do it.
Go for it.
So basically, we went to Glib's alma mater. Glib was on the warpath. He did kill his former professor / kind of mentor, but not really because he was evil the whole time. Also, Ragdus showed up, but before that, we kind of left Barry in the Endless Library. Will we go back for him?
Yeah,
Probably
you did
not.
Just abandon him completely.
We're probably not going to go back for him, for being honest. But Ragdus, who ends up now being a Warlock patron, which is really bad news for us. I don't know what we're going to do about that.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Because that means he probably doesn't just have one patron. He probably has many. We're fucked.
He's got.
We fought with the Power Rangers, even though, I mean, the Rangers of Power. The Rangers of Power.
Yeah, I don't know what Power Rangers are. That sounds like something I'd get sued for.
Never heard that before.
Yeah.
That sounds like a copywritten IP that we can't talk about.
As I said many times last week, I am operating under parody law, and we're just gonna go with that. Not anymore. Parody episodes are over.
The Rangers of Power, even though for a moment they really looked like we were gonna fight them. And honestly, we definitely would have won. They're really not that strong. They might also die this week. We don't know. And we fought, what did it call? The Mighty Morphicon?
The Morphonomicons are where they get their powers. That's not what you fought. But you fought just a big monster. That
wasn't what it was called?
No, the Morphonomicons are they're not morphers. They're legally distinct morphers.
Awesome. So we fought a giant monster. At first, we were really not feeling the fight because it was so easy. And then it was slightly harder, and then it was super hard. SG did die for a moment there.
just for like less than 6 seconds. We were fine.
Yeah, we did that. I did die for a moment there. But Goodbid brought me back. And I'm still on death's door, but we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
And
let's not forget that I was 1 health away from dying as well.
Because I guess SG rolled in that one on a big spell, and that almost killed Goodbid.
Yes.
Like, the crazy thing is, Chromatic Orb is like, what, a level 2?
Oh, it's a really basic spell, yeah.
It's a really basic spell, but I cast it at like a level 3 and almost killed Goodbid. Sorry about that, bud.
I was fine.
Yeah.
We lived.
I don't know if Goodbid should be the one apologizing for that entire situation.
Oh, Panda, are you muted? People are saying you're muted.
I think you would probably just.
I muted my mic for like half a second.
Okay.
No, good.
And yeah, now we're running away from monsters who are attacking the whole city.
Yes.
We really don't know what to do because we called Poneros to come get us, and he didn't answer the mental phone, and that's really unsettling.
That's very bad.
Did we also call Mercury?
I think we
called.
We did call both of them.
Yeah, I can sort of pick up from here because this is where we're jumping back into the story. So, the party defeated one of Raelius's kaiju, but then as they were doing that, a whole bunch of other ones started appearing all across the city. And I pulled up the map again, but I'll pull up the map again. They're in Bowenburg, which is on the far east coast of the continent, for anyone who was curious. But there are now a whole bunch of kaiju. The Rangers are fighting them as, everything's going on, but they're not doing super well. It looks like they're probably going to lose. They called Prophis. Prophis did not pick up. They called Mercury. Mercury is on the way, but he has to cross. He can't teleport, and he has to cross the entire continent. Him and Skyskimmer are on the way, but it will take them, probably like a couple minutes to an hour, somewhere in there, because he's fast, but he's not instantaneous. So right now, the party is just kind of in the city that's being ravaged by monsters, and they have to chill until Mercury gets there. Now, I do not know how long this section's going to be. I'm going to, you can kind of just, if you want to say you're hunkering down and waiting, I'll make you do some rolls for that. If you want to go do something, you can, but this is now kind of in your hands. You're in the monster city. Your ride is on the way.
Did we also mention in the recap that Glib openly killed like a public official?
That is also
in front of multiple people.
Yeah,
in front of a crowd, actually.
Yeah, that should probably be noted.
A public execution happened,
and the public execution happened about like 30 seconds before the kaiju started showing up. So it's
actually the execution happened after the first kaiju showed up.
Well, the big kaiju, because Raelius showed up when he made him like kaiju size. It was it was a make my monster grow thing. But it is not unreasonable that the people of the city do think that Glib specifically was responsible for the monster invasion. That's all I'm gonna say right
now. Do we know how long it'll take Mercury, i.e. can I hide from whatever's happening in the city and take a short rest?
Remind me what the short rest qualifier is. I don't know. I rarely ever use them. Let me Google it.
I hardly ever, This
is a good...
It's like the Avengers end scene.
It's gotta be good, right?
It's shawarma, but it's not the end of the fight. It's the middle of it.
Yeah.
And we're getting
it's like if they paused in the middle of the fight, sat down, we'll get back to it. It's fine.
Two of you almost died fighting one kaiju, and now there's a bunch of them, so, it's an hour. It's at least an hour, so you can attempt it,
What would a short rest even give me? I don't even know.
I love.
Oh, it gives me back my body.
Yeah, it does that. There's ways that some classes can refill spell slots, but I don't know if Bard has that.
I believe that's Warlock,
I think so.
right?
Probably.
Do we have a Warlock? Is Glib a Warlock?
Glib is a Warlock.
I'm a Warlock.
Glib, you need spell slots?
Can you still be a Warlock if your patron's dead?
So, yes, he is. He is currently still a warlock. His patron is also dead. I, as the DM, acknowledge that is weird, and there's an explanation that you guys have not found yet. That's all I'm going to say about that. So...
me and SG basically just almost died.
Oh, yeah.
And so it wouldn't be uncanny to rest. And maybe I could... I don't know. Does short rest heal health any? Oh, that's what you use hit die for.
The main thing hit dice as players are for.
It all makes sense.
So yeah, you guys, I'm going to make you roll a. I'm trying to think what would be a good roll for like find somewhere that's going to be safe from the rampaging kaiju.
Find somewhere safe.
I'm guessing.
If I
was going to say,
I'd
I was like, survival seems. When you think survival, you think like nature stuff, but like finding a stable place seems valid enough. So survival is fine.
Like we're literally surviving.
So I'm gonna need everybody to make a survival check to see, where you're going.
Unfortunate, because I did not. Have
everyone gets a shot at it.
I got a
15.
Okay.
I got a 6.
It's a 14.
What did you get, Nikhil? 19. Okay.
19.
Yeah, that's fine. So with the combined, Goodbid's not particularly helpful in this scenario, but Goodbid's pretty tapped out. Yeah, because he never died. He's just at the end of his stamina. But Skeezville, actually, this makes a lot of sense. Skeezville can feel the tremors from the kaiju going around, and he is able to find a place that is obviously more sturdy, more resistant to it. Somewhere that's going to be safer. So you guys go there, and you can short rest. Though
I want to know the irony of this is that as a Shatter Kai, Skeezville doesn't sleep apparently.
He's vibing because that's like an elf variant, right? Sort of.
Yeah.
I have very bad news. I don't
just leave you guys to bed.
I have very bad news. Glib is also dead and therefore probably wouldn't actually need sleep either, and both this would just be an infinite fight while these two are the two almost dead people are trying to sleep.
Meditate and get shit back. So I'm probably gonna just meditate while they're sleeping.
To be fair, a short rest doesn't have to be sleep. We can just kick it.
Yeah.
We just can't do anything active.
Yeah, it's hunkering down and hiding from the kaiju. Like that is your short rest. Kind of whatever you're doing.
Can we say that our safe place is the cafeteria? We're just like eating lunch. Lunch while the city's being destroyed.
Yeah,
everyone's already run away. The building's like half destroyed, and we're just sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get a little more, please? Actually, can I get a little more, please?
So yes, you guys find a cafeteria that's kind of like central in a larger building that seems like it will be safe enough. And you.
How do I find my?
That didn't work. I didn't do that right. So.
Short rest. Bar
am I supposed to? How many hip die can I use?
You should have a max. Let me pull up your character sheet.
You can have one for each level.
Okay.
But do they get burned per long rest? So like if I use all 12 and I want to take a short rest again later, I can't gain my health back. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna use half of them.
I'm gonna use. Oh, and it minuses. Oh God, I shouldn't have dumped con.
Oh.
Wait, what's it takes away from
con
your
is minus. My con is minus. So my hit die is 1d8 minus 1 because that's my con. I was like, no biggie. But if I use 6, it's minus 6.
Oh yeah, because it's gonna take away 1 per.
Because it adds up for every level.
Well,
Fuck.
Have fun.
Okay.
Okay. What health am I at, and how much?
I will let you guys figure that out because I've noticed a problem, and I want to see if any of you guys notice it. So I'm going to give you a second as I sort of describe what's happening. As you're hunkering down in this cafeteria for an hour-ish, you can, hear screams, giant, earthquake steps of these monsters, roars, all sorts of horrible things going on outside. But that's pretty much all that you can hear. If you guys don't know, I'll give you an insight check to see.
Yeah, I'll do an insight check. I think
I'm gonna do an insight check.
I'm not smart enough to notice anything.
So yeah,
I saw someone got 17.
17.
Mercury doesn't have the sending spell. SG has always initiated that. So if you're hunkering down in like a safely enclosed location, you don't necessarily have a way to know when he gets there.
That's a very good point.
I just realized that 10 seconds ago.
Okay.
2, 3.
So, I was the person who got 17. So should Glib be like,
you can.
Hey, when are we gonna know when he gets here? This thing's got a roof. Do we know if we have a way of knowing he's gonna get here?
Well, surely
Thing have a horn.
You can hear a dying ship in this sky. Yes.
You can hear a ship that moves silently through the air?
I'm not sure how you could hear a flying pirate ship. Like, I don't know where that would come from.
It don't hit nothing. I don't know if it doesn't got wings. I'm not sure
gonna
how.
be really surprised when this giant thing rolls up.
I feel much better now. That was a good roll for that. Okay. Yes. Problem.
The problems have just
Um,
magnified.
Let's see.
Because
Well, I'm sure there's a window.
Well,
in
no,
this
because I
establishment.
rolled a d20 to see if you guys got obscenely unlucky, and you rolled a nat 1, so there's a kaiju stomping on the building.
Motherfucker! God
I was
damn it!
literally only going to make that happen if you got a 1, and you got a 1. So yeah,
Come on,
as you guys are
help
trying to figure out where you're going, I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Honestly, this is a good thing, because now there's a hole in the ceiling. We can
She is
see.
right, there is now a hole in the ceiling.
That's a 6.
Fantastic.
Right.
I just got a nat 1.
Dude!
Then you got healed.
Kidding me?
Are we
This is
starting
17.
Good. I swear to God, we're starting with the death of Good.
No, I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
good. Unless he does a lot of damage.
You got killed by a kaiju,
no, not
homeboy. That's gonna
necessarily.
do a lot of damage.
Not necessarily the actual foot itself. Okay, Skeezville's fine. I just saw 23. So what is gonna happen here? Let me do a damage first. How much health are you at, Goodman? Oh, 23. I see. Okay.
After my short rest, I'm at 58.
Oh, 58. Okay, that hasn't updated yet. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
I got a really good hit dice roll, so.
Oh, yeah, you're good. I got really low rolls on damage. So as you guys are
You
trying
got
to
hit by
figure,
some rubble.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. As you guys are figuring out what your plan is for actually, getting to your ride, you hear a loud roar, and suddenly off to the side of the building that you're hunkering down in, a giant, monstrous foot slams through, causing this sort of shake to go through the ceiling. All of you are able to duck out of the way, except for a couple chunks of ceiling that do fall and hit good, but you only take 7 damage. I got really low damage rolls, so you're fine. But
Was I able to grab my shawarma out of the way?
I mean, you can take the food, sure.
Okay.
There is now a hole in the
We're
ceiling,
still way better
but
off.
there is also a kaiju right on you. So are you what are you guys doing? Because you're gonna have to do a check. Are you getting out of the building? Are you gonna make a stealth check to hide somewhere? What's the plan for this thing?
So we can't see the kaiju or anything, right? We're just,
there is now a
being-
foot that is in the room, but these are
got it.
building-sized monsters.
There's just a guy in the room.
And it's a different type of monster as well. They're all unique, so you can tell it's not going to be the same as
If
the other one.
I say I want to hit it, is that combat?
I'm not going to tell
Bro,
you. You can try to
Don't
smack
you
it
fucking dare.
if you want to aggro the
Party is
second.
on death's door.
If you want to aggro
Okay.
one of the major bosses of the campaign again, you can do that
Yeah.
if you would like.
I'm gonna have to hard pass on that one. I'm gonna cast Blade Ward on myself. Just so I have resistance against bludgeoning damage and stuff like that. And fucking, let's get out of here, gang.
So
blew up
you're
the spot.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm running.
Infinite, for sure.
Okay, I guess everyone make a
I'm
stealth
gonna
check
just like,
to see if you get noticed by this thing.
Good God. Please don't fuck me over here.
23.
That's a 10.
I see Nathan's excited. Okay, yeah, you're all good. 10 is, this
I
was
passed
not
with a
hard.
10? Holy shit.
It's like a huge multi-story tall monster. It's not actively looking for things under its feet. It's just if it happened to see the movement. So it's, this was not a hard check. It was just to see if you got really unlucky and happened to look around. So yeah, you guys do escape. You are now back, running through the city. There are monsters around you, but it does seem to be mostly the kaiju.
is this a city or is there like outskirts where maybe we could find like a tall hill or something that's high up to stand on? So Mercury could
You were in
see
the
us?
center of the city because you were in the magic school, and the city is built around the school. So
Yes.
there are outskirts, but it's not like a short walk.
Can I perceive for just a good
Everyone can roll
vantage point?
perception, actually.
Oh wait, I can prestidigitate like a sign, like a massive arrow in the sky. It's just pointing down.
Yeah, again, you
Actually,
yeah, you can definitely make a large beacon if you would like to alert every monster in the city.
I just got a nat 20 on our perception check that we were
You're
about
fine.
to have.
Looking around
That's
frantically, Glib, you can see on the horizon because it's been like an hour, so you can see that Mercury is kind of actually maybe circling the city a little bit. You don't know how long he's been there, but he is here if you can grab his attention.
All right.
Mercury and Skyscape.
Yep. He is here. I see him. Cool. I see him. He's over there, guys.
I would
And I
like
guess-
to shoot a lightning bolt
Okay.
into the sky.
And I guess I should say he is like farther out. He probably see it, but like he's not in the city center because there's monsters. But
A quick question before I do this: do I reckon that he's able to land and pick us up where we're standing, or is the city like too?
Well, there's a monster on top of us.
where
That's
you're
true.
standing right now, landing probably would not be a good idea because it's a pretty dense city, and also there's like rubble and destroyed buildings everywhere and monsters. Though you know, like he doesn't necessarily
Right.
have to land. He's kind of picked you up by like flying over you and dropping a rope down, so he can pick you up.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
In some capacity, the same way that he did before.
Is he higher up?
He is
than
on the
Kaiju?
outskirts of the city right now, probably like around their heads, but not close to them.
I'm not loving the idea of climbing up a rope next to a giant monster.
We've done it
It's
before.
all right, Skeezle. Don't worry. I tie Skeezle to my back.
Yeah. Is
Tie
Easel
you on your
accepting
back.
this?
Let it happen. Let it happen.
Are you trying to like hiking baby hold the thing on,
Yeah.
hold
This
him
is-
on your back?
Holding it on my back.
I prefer the rope. Thank you very much.
My pride to dying by.
I guess I'll cast lightning bolt just straight up in the sky as a sort of beacon.
All right.
I would like
I
to
hope that he
ask real
sees it.
quick. Is it sure it's a great idea to make a big light and sound show that somebody with an intelligent brain doesn't need to have to be able to see? I'm trying to think of something that won't alert the giant fucking kaiju that are animals running around the city.
How? But
Can SG do any illusion magic?
Can't you talk to him telepathically?
The telepathy
I don't know if he's
has a
in
range. Yeah, he's not within range because again he is circling the city at a safe distance, presumably looking for some sort of sign. Because if he flies through, the monsters will notice the big
If
pirate
he's
ship.
not within range, how did you call him from wherever he was?
ascending. But I need that spell slot. It's a third level spell slot.
You know what? I'll be right back, and I'm just gonna cast fly on myself
Okay.
and start heading up to the ship.
Stealth check.
Oh yes.
Get swatted.
I will also say you do remember you are like glowing in gold, right? You're in a bright white suit and
Right.
like the god of wealth. This might not be the best
He's not God of
option.
Wealth. That's SG now.
That's
Right,
me.
that's SG, right.
I got not the best. I got a
14 is again
14?
fine. These guys aren't actively looking for you, and they're not smart. So you're able to you fly up to the ship. Are you just like going? What are you doing when you get to the ship? You see Mercury, piloting it, clearly looking around for some sort of signal.
Mercury.
He sees you and kind of waves, looking very concerned. Obviously.
Howdy, friend. Rest of the gang is down in the city. I can show you where they're
You
at.
see him nod and turn Skyskimmer to follow you in.
Right down there.
So I guess I need to technically do this.
I gotta mark down.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'm just like prestidigitating a big cloud that looks like an arrow pointing
Okay.
down at us.
There's a spell called like Cloud Words or something, which is like the most worthless thing except
Yeah.
for things like that.
So Mercury begins following Goodbid down. Now, while the monsters did not notice, basically a fly, circling around their head, they do notice the pirate ship that is now going through their airspace. However, between Mercury's piloting skills and the fact that Skyskimmer is alive, he is able to dodge the monster's attacks pretty effectively. And actually gets to, to you guys and starts hovering above like he's done before. And you hear him kind of shout to Goodbid, who I assume is still sort of hovering outside. He goes, "Get on here quickly, they're going to get over here in just a minute." And you do see the monsters are starting to head towards the ship.
I'm gonna jump on stick and fly
I
up to
just-
the ship.
Yeah, I fly right on deck. I say, "Good to see you, friend."
Skeezville and SG. Oh, he throw the rope down if you need to get up that way. So
Yeah. I climbed the rope before SG.
you got a dex
tied
check
to
for
her
that,
back.
but I don't think it'll be that much of a problem for Skeezville especially. You can athletics check it if that's better. Actually, yeah. Athletics or acrobatics, either or. Athletics
Or
or
athletics? Okay.
Not.
Athletics.
Yeah, 21. You're
Is
fine.
21.
So Skeezville is able to clamber himself up pretty effectively. SG.
Oh, is this dexterity?
I said acrobatics or athletics. Just kind of, which I usually use those interchangeably because you can use them for a lot of the same purposes.
Ooh, that's a 7.
Yeah.
A 7. Okay.
I do
Yes,
my bad.
actually, logically that would have worked better because he's got real good physical stats.
I did not know. I did not remember that.
Okay,
I remember
let me-
that.
Yeah.
Do a. Okay. So the ship, you are able to kind of get yourself up the rope, but not quickly. And as you're kind of climbing up about halfway, the ship starts moving, and you look and you notice there's a monster like right on you, about to swing at the ship. So make a dexterity save at this point.
Oh.
No, just
Wait, all of
SG.
us?
A 10? Okay, you're able to hang on. You don't fall, but you also don't make any sort of upward progress. So now it's up to Mercury's piloting skills. So,
I just shout up like, Mercury, you've got to get
Okay.
me up there. Help."
luckily for you, Mercury has been doing consistently very well on piloting. And he is able to, he kind of whips Skyskimmer around so that the rope that you're on, swings farther and goes around him. He does very cool, Top Gun Flying Pirate Ship Edition stuff. And does manage
I'm
to
just screaming
effectively
as I'm flying.
get you out of the city. At which point you guys collectively can pull the rope up. You don't need to do another check for that. So you're all on the ship. You are heading away from the city, just kind of getting to a safe distance. Mercury looks stunned and kind of terrified by the scene that is unfolding before him. Kind of just looks at you guys and goes, "So is that you guys over there? Did you do that?"
No,
Nope.
this was not us.
Nope.
This, I know it looks bad.
This is the frog's
This
fault.
is not my fault!
He also, at that point, he looks over to Skeezville. By the way, Skeezville, this is probably the weirdest experience you've ever had in your life. When Toph was on Appa, that's basically what you have right now, right?
No, here's what I was gonna say earlier too. Skeezville lived his whole life underground. What Trevor said, he
Yeah.
fully had vision. He's been blind so
Yeah.
often.
Yeah.
He's been in the air so
Mhm.
so often for no reason.
Can you just
Flop
feel
on
a
the
ship?
desk.
Is this the first time you're feeling a ship?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
This is all brand new.
A ship
Skeezville's
and
Yeah.
nothing
chilling there,
else.
Nothing else.
just trying to
The
remain
weirdest
calm.
experience. I'm also even going to
Skeezville's
say,
over there breathing into a bag.
this is kind of, I'm just saying this for flavor because it's interesting, but Skeezville would be the only one that can sense it. It's very minor to the point where no one else can sense it, but Skeezville, you can feel, not that you have any reason to believe this is out of the ordinary, you kind of feel a very, very, very slight but regular tremor from the ship, almost like it has a heartbeat. Yeah.
First ship
Yeah,
ever.
All
ships
ships do
that.
this, right?
Yeah. Mercury, as he's talking, he kind of his eyes drift over to Skeezville and goes, "Wait, hold on, I haven't seen that one before. What's your name?"
Hi, I'm Skeezville. I'm king of everything.
He's not actually king of everything, he just says that.
I'm learning there's a lot more of everything that I thought there was, but I probably still think
I think that's the humblest thing Skeezville's ever said.
I didn't know everything was so
Mercury
big.
nods and he just said, "Well, nice to meet you, Your Majesty, I suppose."
Can he look at us
That's
and we're
appropriate.
He looks at you and just kind of shrugs. He has no idea what's going on. This has been a very weird, hour for him trying to figure out what's going on in this city with all the monsters. And then he kind of he turns to me and goes, "Okay, I'm going to take you back to Rift Reach. We're going to get everybody briefed on what's going on. Do you need to go anywhere specific, or what's the deal here?"
Please God, let us have a bed, and we should be good.
He, gestures to below decks where you can sleep. Now, again, it's actually not long rest yet because Mercury's real fast. Technically, This would be another short rest, but presumably, unless you're telling him something different, you're going to Rift Reach, where you assume you will probably be fine. So I will say...
Before I go to sleep...
I'm going to say, if you guys want to
okay.
interact with Mercury or Skyskimmer at all, now is your chance to do so.
Absolutely.
Skyskimmer, lovely to see you again. Mercury, lovely to see you again. I almost died. Actually, I did die once today, and I almost died the second time flying on your ship. I would like to not have to do that again. So, like the fancy piloting stuff is cool and great, but when I am on deck and not dangling offside by rope.
I'm sorry about that. You were going to get, sort of fly swatted by a monster, so I had to swing you around. I was doing my best.
Yes, you're so bad now.
What you he actively saved you from a monster, and you're like, hey, maybe tone it down next time, buddy.
Can we not? That'd be great.
It's not great feeling right now. Also, now I'm God as well, so that's new thing. Also, good bid and glib now.
He kind of
God.
like saying that. He kind of like squints and looks in. And he goes, "You do have a sort of new glow about you. I can tell from the."
Oh, thank you for noticing. It's my new look.
Yeah, it looks good. I like it on you.
SG's just like now. I don't even know what you would. How would she change her appearance? Like their face is just now like very shiny.
This is the equivalent
Yes,
of blushing.
Yes. Like, I like what you have done with the place. Skyskimmer is looking polished. I'm gonna go now. Thank you.
Okay. He, nods and smiles. Good bit. You were going to investigate your little side quest.
Yeah.
I believe. Yes.
I do have a little thing. So I'm not gonna talk right away. I don't want to be so obvious. But after like, I don't know how long the trip is, but when we're about halfway there, I want to go up. The ship doesn't fly itself, right? He has to,
you don't really know, because you've kind of seen it both ways. Usually he is guiding the ship, but you've also seen it fly itself. Not like maybe you get kind of the sense like he might be like more of the navigator, but the ship can fly itself, but like for shorter periods. Right. He is. But
he's at the wheel. I'm just gonna go up beside him, kicking back, stretching, be like, this really is quite an amazing vessel you got here. Where'd you get it again?
He turns to you and smiles and goes, "Oh, Skyskim has been in my family for generations."
Really?
So, if I wanted to get something like this, where would I want? Where would I go? He
thinks about it for a second. He goes, "Well, I don't really know of any others that can fly like she can. But if you want to go get a good ship, anywhere in Wanu, sure. They make the best ships on the continent, from what I've heard."
For sure. Now, how much for this ship?
He, lets out a chuckle. He goes, "Oh, I'm not gonna sell her."
Oh, everything has a price.
You
Mercury,
feel the
on.
ship kind of like shudder a little bit, not in a scary way, but like it clearly reacted to that, and he laughs again. And like you see him get a little bit more serious. And he goes, "No, not her."
All right. Well, I suppose I'll leave it to
and he
then.
nods. He kind of like gives you a weird look, but nothing major. And then he goes back to the ship.
Could I roll a delayed insight check on if he was lying to me about it being a family heirloom? Let's see what we got. That is a dirty 20.
When he did not hesitate on saying it. Yeah, that was a very quick and easy answer, and it did seem genuine.
Interesting. Remind me, Matt, as a player, the guy that we call Legs, who signed me up for this contract, did he say that this ship was stolen? Interesting.
Though I will say, I don't believe you insight checked that. So he told you it was stolen, but that's that's all true. You know.
And he made it sound like it was stolen like while we were alive. It could very much be like his family stole it from my family.
Yeah, that is also a possibility.
Some stupid shit like that.
Or it could be like robbing the British Museum. If you rob the British Museum, you're just taking things back that belong to you.
Waiting for when someone from Egypt goes and digs up the Queen's body.
Is the entrance to the captain's quarters within view?
I mean, yeah, it's normal pirate ship layouts. Well, actually, that would...
million different topics.
What was that? Panda watching his own TikToks?
Yeah. No, I'm trying to edit a video while listening because I haven't put something out today.
I'll say you can... Yeah, I haven't either. I was busy all morning. You can I'm basing this off of like Sea of Thieves logic and Sea of Thieves ships. I would say you can stealth check it because it's like right below, probably, right? Like that's where it is in Sea of Thieves. So we're just gonna say it's like that. So you can stealth check to try to get in, but it is under him.
I will love to stealth check that. Come on, baby. Ooh, that is a 22.
Check against it, but nope, you can make it in. Mercury does not seem to notice you.
Excellent.
Again, you aren't really sure,
cool.
But you seem fine, yeah.
What? I want to peruse, looking for anything sort of suspicious, documents of ownership or anything like that that might lead me to believe that Mercury is not.
Investigation check.
Something's up. Yes. Okay.
21.
That is a 21.
So I believe the last time you looked, you did find a document that was like it had some things redacted, right?
Did I do that?
I do remember you finding a document. I don't
Yeah,
remember
it was a sort of ownership document, like you said, but it was redacted. But this is you're looking at a different place. You're looking at a different place. You were looking below decks now. Now you're in the captain's quarters.
That's true, because last time I was below deck.
So you do find some sort of like nothing crazy, but you find some like buried in a desk somewhere. Some old. I'm trying to remember what exactly the document was that you found before, but regardless, there can be multiple of this kind of thing. You do find what looks to be like an old shipping manifest or some sort of cargo list or something like that, and there is a signature on it that seems to be, from your knowledge of legal things, so that the captain of the ship signing off, and the name that is listed on the shipping manifest, it says Marcos. It does not say Mercury on it.
So where the captain's signature would
It's
go?
Markos. If anyone wants to write that, I see you writing something down. So Markos.
Say that one more time. KOS. Interesting. Captain's signature says Marcos. Okay.
And I guess this would actually
got what
be
I need, and I will...
this would be notable. Another piece of information that would probably be on this sort of thing. Timing it out, this does seem to actually say there are multiple of these that all have the same name on them, and the one that's on top, like the most recent one, is only from a couple months ago, like maybe a month or two ago. Actually, probably a little more, like 3 or 4 months or 2 ago. Maybe.
And the captain's signature still says Marcos. It's dangerously close to Mercury. Morty just wanted to be cool.
I have some advice that I could give Nathan as Panda and not as Glib.
Go for it. That's allowed.
Idea.
Sure.
All right.
I'll allow that.
You could make Mercury sign a document on like a contract to help us when we need him, and see if the signature is the same.
Ooh, I like that.
That is a great idea. Could I actually, take the time to, because I can't take a photo, can I just carefully trace, if you will, that signature so I can match it up?
You have time to do that, so
I
will say yes. You don't even need to check it because you can just you can trace it pretty easily. So.
Okay, got that. And then I think I might do that. That's a good idea.
Mercury side quest.
I was gonna say, SG's actually gonna go looking for Goodbid to thank him for saving their lives.
Oh no!
I mean, I'm gonna say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think the captain's quarters would be the first place SG looks. So you don't find him. We'll say that as this is happening.
And then I guess I don't know if you want me to make another stealth check to get out of the room.
Yes, you will have to do that.
But okay, then I will do that because I think I have everything I need. Got to bring this arc from episode 1 back to life. That is a 19 stealth.
Okay, yeah, you again seem to make it out without being noticed by. I guess. Nah, I won't make SG roll a perception check for that. You don't seem to be noticed.
Yeah. Cool. I'll just head back up to the helm and be like, one more thing, Mercury. You know, we've conducted a lot of business together in the past. Just wondering if you wanted to put it on pen and ink and make it official. You know, be proper business partners.
He goes, I don't see why not. You got a contract?
Of course, but perfectly formed contract situation.
And I guess
That's got to be
already
one of your
written.
powers, like written down somewhere.
It's gotta be,
give it
yeah.
to
Like,
you
whenever
for
I
now that
need
you can
it.
at least do it fast. That's not listed on your powers yet, but we'll say that that's something that you can do both from powers and experience.
Cool.
Okay.
All it basically says is like, coming up with these terms on the fly.
Yeah, you
Come
don't
on,
have.
Good
I'm
Bid.
not going to make you write out the exact.
basically-
You can say the gist of it. You don't have to say all the exacts. Yeah.
Basically, he's not required to help us by any means, but you know, when we call for help,
Yeah.
he should put it at the top of
It's
his
because it's a
list of
fair.
priorities.
The purpose of this contract is to find somebody. So I'm assuming the terms themselves are fairly benign. Okay.
Yeah, terms themselves are fairly benign. And then he's also, I would leave the option up for him to do shipments for Good Bid Capri Sun, and he would get a cut from the products for that if he ran
Capri
those
Sun is
for me. That'd be great.
Good bid
That-
juice pouches.
Good Bid juice pouches, because, you know, express delivery would go crazy for that, so we could really upcharge some people. That'd be great. And then that'd be basically everything.
Yeah.
Just, you know, a proper contract. And I'll be like, all right, and then I just need your captain's signature right there
Yeah,
on the bottom.
With no terms that seem suspicious in any way, Mercury accepts the offer, and along the bottom, in the captain's signature section, writes Mercury.
Interesting. Ooh, pleasure doing business. I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna head to bed. But
Not sketchy at all. Has
not what
has a conversation, runs downstairs, comes back, and is like, "Hey, you want to sign a binding agreement that doesn't actually bind you to anything?" Looks at the signature. Oh shit! Okay, gotta go, and leaves immediately.
he's just so charismatic. You're not
Nobody
doing
would
anything
ever
wrong.
question the morals of the former
he
hit.
does not seem to question you for what it's worth.
Oh, Good Bid. So glad I found you here. I've been looking for you everywhere. I should.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just talking with Mercury up there, but what you
I
need?
must thank you for resurrecting me from death's door. It was a good thing to do. You know, I've been always thinking maybe Good Bid is kind of shady character. I mean, like you did try to kill us on first meeting, and then we
This is
did
true.
kind of bind you into contract. So turn your own thing against you. It was very funny, actually.
It was an excellent business maneuver, I might add. I respect
Yes.
it. I respect
But
it.
you did a great service by resurrecting me from death, and right after I did almost kill you.
Yes, this is all true. Yeah, you really don't gotta thank me, SG. It was advantageous to the party for all of us to walk out alive, I think. And so, you know, I like to think you'd do the same for me.
Well, I can't because I can't heal, but I would try.
Well, you know, it's the thought that
Good
counts
Biz
at
just
the
got a
end of the
cold
day.
sweat on his fucking brow at this point.
It's like you're sweating. It's outside in cold air. What's happening?
Oh, it's all good. I'm just still a little dizzy from our tizzy with the massive mongoloid monsters.
Well, okay. I guess I'll see you downstairs because I'm going to try to talk a little bit with Skyskimmer.
Ooh.
Try to get a
Oh.
little bit more familiar with Mercury and their whole deal.
Absolutely. Let me know what the scoop is. I
Of
love the
course.
drama.
Okay, good
All
night.
right. Good night.
All right, so you want to talk with Skyskimmer?
Yeah, I'm trying. Is this ship intelligent?
So you cannot communicate with the ship directly. like you can't speak with the ship or even like telepathically communicate with it. That seems to be something that is exclusive to Mercury for whatever reason. But like the ship reacts to you again. Like it can move parts of itself. You can feel, like it can move the sails and like ropes and things around it. That's in some sort of rudimentary form of communication. It does seem intelligent in that it like can respond. It can understand you and respond to you in a coherent way. But that's about all that you can get out of it,
And is Mercury up here?
Mercury's there, yeah. He's still piloting.
Oh, Mercury. Great to see. I was going to see if you could help me with something. I'm trying to speak with Skyskimmer, but it's a little bit difficult because, the lack of language barrier.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing for people who don't have the connection. What you need?
What connection? What do you mean connection?
I'm not really sure how to describe it, but it's like the god powers. They kind of flow into the ship as well.
Oh, so you couldn't talk to Skyskimmer before?
Yeah, not like...
You became god?
Skyskimmer wasn't like Skyskimmer is now before that whole thing happened.
So, how do you refer to Skyskimmer? Skyskimmer uses pronouns or just Skyskimmer?
Oh, it's a ship. It's a lady.
Well, okay. So, I didn't know this.
No, ships are generally
Obviously.
referred to with female, like she, her kind of things. Yeah,
Okay.
I did not make that up. Like that's an actual thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So, like, before, you just didn't talk to her, she couldn't talk to you before, and now you can talk to her with Sky powers?
Basically.
Are you sure you can't speak to wood?
I don't think so. I've never really tried, but Wood's never talked back.
Well, Skyskimmer is made of wood, no?
Yes.
SG's mind works in a way that is fucking baffling.
he like
How many
looks
times
down
what
and is
guys
like,
we're
yep.
talking to on the back foot just by talking? It is insane.
Well, are you sure I'm confused now. Because you couldn't talk to Skyskimmer before, and same thing. But now you can speak to Skyskimmer.
Well, I'm
With fly power? That doesn't make
my
sense.
theory is that the ship kind of connected to with the powers, and I'm not a scientist or a wizard or anything. I don't really know.
Well,
Can I win? Where is this conversation happening? Because I imagine Skis will never.
He's supposed to kind of yeah.
it's standing
Okay, that would
Oh,
that would
God.
make some sense. So sure, Skeezville can pipe it.
Because I just like, because I know it's alive. I can hear
Yeah.
its heartbeat. It's just a thing. Like, so this thing's alive. He just gained the ability to talk to it. That's not weird.
Wait,
It was always alive. He just didn't know how to talk
Skeezville
to
says
it.
confidently,
Wait,
not
maybe-
knowing if that's true or not.
Not knowing
Yeah. Well,
I don't
anything
know
about
what
No,
this
yeah, no,
shit
that's
until
you're correct. Like
30
that's how
minutes
he would
ago.
react. But it was just funny.
One of the main things is like, I don't know it's a ship.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a thing. It's an animal, as far as I know.
and Mercury, so your power, you said how did you get your god powers? You said you went through a whirlpool.
Yeah, me and Skyscammer fell through a weird whirlpool. There was like a whirlpool in the ocean, and then there was like a weird water spout tornado thing that was going under it, and the ship got sucked in. And when I was there was weird clouds and stuff, and I docked at one of the weird cloud islands, and I found a chair, and then I sat in the chair, and now I can talk to Skyscammer and do some cool stuff.
Interesting. Well, can I ask Skyskimmer a question and then you answer?
Sure.
Skyskimmer, were you alive before you went to that island thingy?
Mercury shakes his head, presumably communicating Skyskimmers. Skyskimmer, like you can see the sails shift and things, and then Mercury says no.
Skyskimmer, are you a god?
You get this, the Mercury still doesn't really know exactly how all of this works, but Skyskimmer seems to have a better handle on it. That, like, yes, part of Mercury's god powers include kind of this, like, symbiotic connection to his ship.
So half of his powers are in Skyskimmer.
That I'll also say that can kind of give you a hint as to what his subdomain is.
How? I'm not smart enough to figure this
No,
out.
it's kind of
powers.
obvious.
Is it?
It might just, like, is it like,
Ships.
commerce or something like Hermes? Because I know Hermes is half just moving.
You can roll
things.
insight checks if you want, but as players, it's not subtle.
I think I'm just stupid.
Is pirates god of pirates?
We're just
Nat
actively
20?
dumb.
Nat 20.
There we go.
Yeah. So this is something that you as a character would not know, but like you can infer it. I literally named him Mercury. His subdomain seems to be travel, which is why he can take you across the country everywhere. He could like teleport things to other places with the cannons. That is why Canyon was able to. He pulled the travel card and it automatically summoned Mercury to him as basically like a fast travel summon. Mercury's the god of travel.
I was literally never going to get that, so thank you, Nat 20 Insight.
That's what Mercury is. I just named him after. I was like, because the reason I did it is because like Mercury also has like some ocean connections. Like the word sort of has nautical connotations, and I was like, yeah, that nautical and travel. That's why he's named that. So yeah, his subdomain is travel.
So you're the god of travel. Well, I guess technically both of you are the gods of travel because Skyskimmer is half god, and you're kind of, I don't know how the math works, but you are also god, but god of travel. That's so interesting.
That's his 730s.
He shrugs. I guess so.
Did you not really think about it, or were you just okay with flying in sky?
Pretty much okay with flying around.
So wait, do we know if Mercury?
Yeah, he said he did.
He just said he did.
He got sucked through this weird tornado whirlpool thing, and then he docked at one of the cloud islands, and there was a chair there.
Yes.
I guess I have another question. Why do you help us?
I like adventuring. I like going all around. Didn't really do anything interesting before this, so I wanted to get into some fun. Help out some people if I could.
He was presumably still a mermaid pirate before.
He was.
Right?
Are you saying this to him? Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I was just saying if you asked, but yes, presumably you don't know that you don't know if he put the pirate aesthetic on when he got powers or not.
Yeah. I mean, like you said you're captain, but where's your crew?
He actually pauses at that. He goes, "Oh well, I've never really I've had bad experiences with crews in the past, so I kind of with Skyskimmer being sort of more of a solo project, I figured," and then he just kind of trails off.
Yeah, I don't want to pry about your former crew, but if you ever feel comfortable telling me, you can.
It's private information, but I'll just say they weren't really the best of people.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Can I be eavesdropping? Can I have heard
sure,
all of
we'll
this?
say that Goodbid can hear this. It's
Below deck.
it's relevant to your mission, so we'll go ahead and say sure.
Also,
You never actually went around the corner. You've been
I mean, we
standing
never,
there the whole
yeah,
time.
Yeah,
whatever
like,
works.
see ya.
I also love they weren't exactly the best of people. We just nuked a town.
He doesn't,
Like,
I
we
mean,
just-
he doesn't know that.
yeah, but we've never crossed Mercury.
I can't say that we are
Like-
necessarily the bestest of people, but I think my crew is more reliable than you would think.
He's out.
Yes, I feel like I can vouch for basically all of them.
Fast back to 20
Maybe-
seconds.
He,
Back to like 20 minutes ago where Glib's decision put everyone in death's door.
he
Yeah.
Yes, what's up with the frog though? He makes many
he
mistakes.
nods
I don't know.
and he goes,
Yeah, Skizvol, are you part of the crew?
No, I'm just kind of here.
Okay,
I'm
then
just
maybe we
honest.
can throw Skizvol, but I feel like the rest of us.
Diplomatic envoy.
Mercury kind of nods and goes, yeah, you all seem very unpredictable, but you seem to be doing a good thing, so I'll get behind that.
Yes. Oh, also, you need to watch your back out there because there is another god that is kind of like hunting all gods. He appears in a big kind of rain cloud looking thing. So if you see kind of inclement weather, it's probably not inclement weather. It could just be a monster god trying to kill you.
I think he mentioned that guy before. I'll try to stay out of his way.
Good on you. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
I like how everyone ends conversations with Mercury by saying, "I'm going to bed," and walking away. Like, that's happened to him multiple times in the last 10 minutes.
I mean, like, I guess he just
It's
doesn't
just-
sleep. I mean, you
It's
could
been
sleep,
it's
right?
been like an hour. This is a short trip. It's not like he's been going all night.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's like, if you look
Well,
over
does
the
he
edge of
not?
Skyscraper, like, he's insanely fast.
Oh, then I'm not even gonna bother going
Yeah.
to sleep because it's not gonna be a long
Yeah,
rest.
he's really fast.
So I will just stay there and talk to Mercury and Skeezful.
You guys have a
We don't have to roll. We don't have to do that whole part.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying that's
a minor conversation. Before, eventually, you see the spires of Rift Reach off in the distance, and Mercury, pulls you around to the center spire, which is where all the, the Godforce business usually goes on, and docks there. I know it's early in the session, but I drank a lot of water before this, so I'm going to take our bathroom break real quick because we're also about to get into another longer scene. So we're going to do that now. We will be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Lots of fun stuff upcoming. Like I said, I'm very excited for this session and next session, so it will be an enjoyable time. We'll be back in a second. Okay, I gotta mute myself. Right.
The skyskimmer.
that cameras are
Mercury.
so
now
broken.
Mercury knows. What
Oh,
he
God.
got to.
Hello, everybody. We're back. Let me fix. Panda turned off his camera while he was gone and broke everything, so I'm gonna blame him entirely. Let's see.
And my camera stayed fine. I literally changed my mic this time, and now my camera's fine.
Momo's camera used to be the problem child, and now it's completely fine again.
Everyone, change your mics. It fixes the problem.
I should also say, while we're waiting, for those who have not seen or who have been listening, if there's anyone here who listens to the podcast and would like to see stuff, where is this it? Yeah, that's what Mercury looks like. If anyone's curious, we do have official art for Mercury. He's one of the NPCs that we have. So yes, here he is. If anyone has not seen that yet, because he was, I should have.
It's an uncomfortably hot mermaid.
Yeah,
man.
with robot legs.
He's a very hot robot.
It's such a good design. I'm so happy with the artist that did it.
People were asking what Goodbid's alignment is, and I answered in the chat, but it's tricky because I would say chaotic good, but good is relative to what is good business.
Okay.
At the end of the day, but it's also like he's also.
Wouldn't it be chaotic neutral then?
Would it be? I don't know, because I've learned to stay away from neutral, because it's like hard to roleplay for one. But
I feel like I play a chaotic neutral character.
I would argue chaotic evil, but
I would
depends on the day.
consider chaotic evil for SG.
I don't know about the evil part.
If neutral means you sometimes are really nice and sometimes are horrible, then I guess neutral is valid. But I see neutral in my mind as like completely indifferent or doesn't care.
I don't use alignment charts often, if ever. So
I feel like characters are a little more complex.
Yeah, I just have like little reasons, which is funny because I have chaos and order as established things in this, but like I don't really. I use chaotic and lawful makes more sense to me than good and evil. Like I care more about that part of the spectrum because that defines like actions more than good or evil because that's so relative. Chaotic and lawful is just in my mind like. For the alignment, not for like the power sets, but like, do you work more for yourself or like more for outside established things? So that one makes more sense to me. But again, I'm making all this.
Holy Cafe just said neutral. He's a contract killer.
Yeah, that is also true.
I'm literally a bounty hunter, among other jobs.
Okay, hold on. While we're waiting for Panda, my audience will care about this. Apparently, there's a new Marvel game coming out. It's untitled, but it's set during World War II, and it's a Captain America and Black Panther team-up game. That's gonna be sick.
Oh wow.
That looks wild.
That's gonna be sweet. Oh, there we go. There's Nick. Oh, and I shouldn't have moved the cameras because I should have known when Panda got back it would return them to the original state. Oh well.
Of course.
Okay. Once I get Nathan's camera back, are we all ready to get back into it?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Wait.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys dock at the top of the primary Rift Reach Tower, which is the one where all the things go on, like I said, and go in to see everything is wildly in a panic. There are Symmetris agents, kind of the new like fixed Symmetris a little bit. There are Order of the Eye people. Everyone's panicking, freaking out. That's what you walk into.
So it's just
I guess
chaos.
this should probably have been suspected, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Seems like a fun town, guys.
No one really has noticed your entrance yet. Everyone seems very busy with... And I guess it's not like panic screaming. Like, everyone's running around doing things just very frantically, that kind of thing.
Can I turn to Skeezville and be like, ironically, this is usually how it is when we're here.
That's not that ironic. That's exactly what is expected, I
That
think.
makes a lot of sense for you, Frogman.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
So are you guys like waiting? Are you going anywhere? Because you're in like the main area now, like in the, I don't want to say lobby, but you kind of get the idea. They're not in like one of the.
I think I'm mentally connecting with Doc. Be like, Doc, what's happening? Where are you?
You reach out to Doc psychically, and a moment later, very like you don't even know how he does psychically loud stuff, but you hear just a very loud, "Oh, thank goodness you're back! Get in here now! Now, main chamber!"
Goodness.
Okay.
We're coming. Oh my god. How do you think loud? It's not possible. Are we still on the ship or is
Scream in
Mercury
your
with us or are we
brain.
still in the sky?
Skyskimmer had docked outside. Mercury has come with you.
So he's on the ground.
You're in the he docked at like the top of the spire, like you're at the top of the
okay.
spire. The layout seems to have changed a little bit because Rift Reach has they've upgraded and expanded the spire because that's like the base of operations now. But you are up there.
Mercury, you're interested in seeing what it's like on the ground?
What'd you say?
Interested in seeing what it's like on the ground?
Yeah, you should join us, Mercury.
Goes, I'd be willing to. I spent most of my time most of my time underwater, so.
Hey,
Oh, yes, come see what it's like in the town that it's basically our home. It's fine.
Dude, what do you mean? Basically your home? You were there for like a week. Someone by sheer coincidence asked how long has it been since the first campaign. Since the campaign season 1 started, it's been like a month and a half maybe. It has not been that long. This has been like one.
We've just gotten through it.
Yeah, this has been because the first campaign takes place over the course of like maybe a week and a half, and then the second one there was a week gap in time, like a week and a half gap, and now so it's been maybe a month-ish.
It's where all the people we know are, so it's basically home.
Home is where the heart is.
So you go into the sort of main like council chamber, which is where most of the briefings have been, and you see basically all of the important figures that you've seen before. Minerva is there, Callisto is there, and looks even angrier than he usually is. Doc is there along with several other Order of the Eye people. 2 notable things, though. Number 1, Kylan is present, and Prophis is not.
Kylan, remind me, she is...
Prophet's sister, right?
Yeah, the sister that he sort of
one that was
maybe
dead,
resurrected.
Can we
somehow.
immediately be suspicious of Kylan?
You don't have to ask me for permission to be suspicious of somebody.
No, like, I
What's
mean,
going
like,
on here?
actively, like, whoa, what the fuck?
I was gonna say before, like, the second you get in, before any of you have a chance to say anything, Doc immediately rushes over to you with, characteristic franticness. He goes, "Oh, you've come at an excellent time, Mercury. Hello, everyone. It's been Prophis is missing. That's
What?
the headline of the past,
Excuse
24 hours or so.
What do you mean
Prophets
he's
is missing?
Yes. We're not sure where he went or why or anything. He was here and then he was in his chambers and then he was not.
How do you lose a 5-story centipede made of skin?
We didn't lose him. He's just gone.
This sounds like you lost him.
Question, was there a big angry cloud here yesterday before he went missing?
At this, Callisto, speaks again. Callisto is more mad than usual, and he's usually pretty mad. So Callisto, no, there was no cloud, there was no anything notable. Like he said, he was just here.
Oh,
and
thank
then,
God. Then that means he's probably alive somewhere, maybe.
I would certainly hope.
Who's the last person to see him? Did anybody have y'all been fucking looking, or you just been around here listening to Jabberjaws over here?
As we said, he was in his chambers, and he dismissed the meeting, and then he went off, and he just never came back. Don't know if he went somewhere or if he was taken. I don't know how that would even be possible.
Did you, look for him in his bedroom?
Callisto gives you one of the most intense death stares he has ever given over the course of the campaign. Dead silent.
I mean, he could just be invisible and asleep.
You see, cause his hands are, he doesn't cover them up anymore, so you can see, they're all magic-y and glowy. You see them both flicker, just with unbridled rage.
5 seconds away from direct murder.
If I go in there and I find him, I'm going to say I told you so. I'm gonna go in his room.
I mean, that's not that's not adjacent to this room.
Oh,
no, he doesn't live off of the, they don't live off of the, council meeting chamber. You would have to, go down a few floors.
I thought they had an ensuite or something.
No.
Not live here? Oh my God.
while as SG scurries off, I'm just like, did any of you think to do any detective work, or did you just look in the room and not find him and just assume that he's gone? Did you check the fucking Chaos Realm? Like,
Callisto
dude creates
turns
portals.
to you, and with equal outrage, he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I would assume you came in through the front entrance and saw every agent at our disposal running around doing various forms of said detective work."
He's your fucking boyfriend, and you're in this room, dickhead.
He gestures to several boards that Doc is working on and a whole bunch of actively open investigations. They weren't just sitting there. They were working on something when you came in.
We just got here and Glib's having a bad fucking day.
Yeah.
He's not looking around.
You have walked into the biggest detective investigation you've ever seen and gone, well, did you think to do some detective work?
Imagine your boyfriend goes missing. You're looking for him. Someone shows up and it's like, you're an asshole. You're not fucking doing enough. And we hate you.
SG just goes back into the
Callisto,
room and
that's warranted.
SG goes back into the room to Callisto, just like, yeah, I saw this might be bad time, but we didn't get the long rest. Can you do the thing you do?
Technically, that was Prophis that did that. Callisto has never done that. Also, I'm finding something.
No, he said it before. That's
on
the Friday when Friday first arrived.
Did Callisto do? Oh no, you're right.
That
Was something that Prophis or that Callisto did. I forgot both of them had that sort of recharge ability. He doesn't immediately jump to doing that though. It's like, we will handle that in a moment. I suppose, Doc, you would like a briefing on what's been going on, then we can get back to the mission at hand. Doc emphatically nods. Also, someone asked in the chat, aren't Prophis and Callisto really canonically hot? And so I would like to point out, this is something that I saw on Twitter. If there's ever any sort of Symmetry live-action show, my casting for Prophis and Callisto is Lee Pace and his husband, which I'm now I put a link in chat if anyone wants to see my headcanon of what those two look like. That's what they look like.
Had no idea Lee Pace was married until
I think it's recent, but I just saw it on Twitter and I was like, holy shit, that's exactly what I imagined them to look like. So that's what they are. Anyway.
Yeah, I get it.
That tracks.
Wait, which one's Lee Pace and which one's the husband?
Left is Lee Pace.
Lee Pace is the one on the left.
Yeah.
Lee Pace has to be Callisto.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, Lee Pace is Callisto. So Doc kind of asks you for a brief. Unless you have anything specific to say, I'm gonna assume that you just sort of give him the general. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Just the overview.
He is frantically scribbling everything down. As you say, that you're not even really sure if the writing is legible with how fast they're going, but everything. And then kind of looks up. Kylin has not said a word this whole time, by the way, but they're all watching you, listening. He goes, well, that's utterly horrifying. Can we assume, and he sort of looks around for confirmation, can we assume that Raylius has something to do with this, maybe? I think that seems like a logical guess. Could be wrong, but theoretically...
I think you're actually wrong about that, because Raylius is a very flashy guy. He appears in big storm cloud and then drops a bunch of monsters around the place. He's done it a couple times. He has some kind of I think he's a little insecure about his powers. I don't know what to think about that.
So unless Prothis got ripped out of his window by a giant fish gorilla, I think that you're pretty safe in assuming it probably wasn't him.
Callisto, he reacts to that, but you can't tell whether he's relieved that it's not a monster god that was murdering things or annoyed that a possible lead is not likely.
Can we look at... I want to look at Kylin and just be fucking death glaring her to see if I get a reaction out of her.
She sees this and looks... I mean, she looks actively worried about the whole situation. And kind of when she sees you glaring at her, kind of gives you a very nervous smile, but you're not sure if that's because she's suspicious or just because the whole scenario is very stressful.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Wasn't Kylin missing weirdly from the finale of last
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen her since then?
I would like to do a thing
Please.
that I can do now. I would like to crime
sense.
everyone in
Crime
the room.
sense?
This is one of his law powers. I basically gave him a weird
Ooh.
spider sense.
I like that.
So scan all sentient creatures within 30 feet, and I see a red outline around them if they've committed a crime, and it glows brighter depending on how bad they think that crime is.
So you activate your crime sense for the first time. Notably, Glib and SG are both glowing, which I don't think should be that surprising. Skeezable, I don't think is. I don't think Skeezable thinks he's done. I feel like Glib definitely acknowledges the moral question.
It's within the last 24 hours.
Glib definitely acknowledges the moral questionability of the things. Glib murdered somebody within the last 24 hours. Yeah, Glib's going bright red.
Yeah.
I don't think I've done anything wrong in the last 24 hours.
I think SG has probably a very faint glow. I'm assuming that something that you did counted as a crime. It usually does. Skeezable, Skeezable hasn't done anything.
Impersonating or claiming to be royalty is a crime. Skeezable's nothing wrong.
Well, hey, it's brightness based on how bad they think it is. So.
They glows whether they've committed. I should clarify this. It glows whether they've committed a crime regardless. But the brightness, is the only subjective part. That said, Skeezable.
Oh, then mine is incredibly dull.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think SG's is dull. SG's is dull but present. Glib's is brighter. Skeezable he's not impersonating a king. He genuinely thinks that he is, and that would be legally permissible because it's an honest mistake. So he does not glow at all. Notably, no one else in the room does.
Not even
Kylan.
What's her face?
Wait, none of those people have done anything bad in the last 24 hours?
They've done anything illegal in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
I like to think... I don't know how this power would manifest. I like to think that maybe my irises and pupils just disappear. My eyes don't glow or anything, but they just go full white. And I just kind of look around, kind of without the glowing, the classic Moon Knight white.
Yeah.
But I like to think it's just that, and then I go, well, it's nobody in this room. I could tell you that much.
What the fuck just happened to your face?
I was just looking around, getting a vibe.
Hey man,
on everybody.
eyeballs are overrated. Don't you even worry.
How'd you know that?
Yeah.
How'd you know?
I can see an iris is a real thing that exists. If it stopped
Couldn't
existing,
change the
I think
colors,
I
but yeah, you couldn't sense the color, but.
I mean, I think this would all be a lot easier if someone told us if you could explain explain what happened.
You know what?
As we go through his room, because there might be clues there that you weren't privy to. Because now you have, I don't know how to count them. Four gods.
Can Glib get up and be like, all right, enough of this shit. We've already figured this shit out before. Stick! And have Stick show up and be like, point to Prothis.
Stick hovers in the air and does not move.
Okay, so Prothis does not exist anymore. Somehow.
Have we done the whole Stick bit when we're trying to find someone in another
I do not
realm?
believe you have.
Because maybe he's just not in this realm.
Hey, Glib, ask him to find that dude you murdered. See if it works on the dead.
That's a great question.
I actually I have to decide whether this works or not.
Yeah.
You got 3 seconds.
Stick, point to Garak.
I'm gonna say it does not move.
Ooh.
Okay, so he's either dead or not fucking here. As in, not on this plane.
I should also point out, how far of a range have you used Styx detection?
At least across
you've used
town.
it across the city.
Yeah.
I don't think you've used it at continent range.
No, not continent range.
No, so you can't.
There's
you
still
don't
so much
know
we
if
don't
you
know
use
about
You can't
Styx.
scan the entire. You have not tried to scan the entire world.
Yeah.
He's
can't
not in the
scan
city. It seems.
The
right.
Earth?
But now at least I'm like, okay.
He's not in.
So
he's
at the
not
very
invisible in his bedroom.
least, you're fucking. He's not in the city. Worst case scenario, he's in another fucking town. What I'm trying to get across here is your giant fucking cavalcade of dudes out there isn't gonna help anything unless you throw them on some birds and send them to the fucking other towns.
Actually, there are ancient texts. There's a series of ancient texts that
I swear
say
to God,
that there are
I
these
hate it when you
books.
start with this.
There are these books that if you open it to pages and think hard enough and wish you can go to the place in the book, it'll take you there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's
what
a
reference
Treehouse
is that?
series.
Oh. Okay, I should have gotten that. I loved that when I was a kid. I kind of forgot that that's how it worked. Regardless, what's your point? Callisto kind of
Maybe
just looks
he
at
had books that can transport him other places, because if he disappeared from his place, from his bedroom, then it wouldn't leave anything behind.
I'll actually have Doc kind of pipe up there. He goes, well, we've only been able to get to interdimensional travel through established portals, whether those were made by Symmetris or apparently naturally occurring within the world. Have you encountered any sort of device that can take you between dimensions?
Yeah.
Oh yes, we have.
We wrote a.
What would that be?
Actually, no, I haven't. Bello has. But actually, Canyon was talking before he disappeared after the party. He was talking about having to stand on this plate that took him around different dimensions.
Oh God damn it! Is this where we're gonna go and find Canyon again?
I actually.
Unless Matt
Callisto speaks up at that and goes, I know what you're referring to, the plate underneath Rift Reach. It's no longer functional.
What do you mean by that?
The fuck you do?
Doc at this point kind of steps in and uses the psychic hologram thing. Though you're not really sure they don't know where this came from. He brings up an image of the plate that has been smashed to bits. It's got gigantic cracks in it, and carved in the plate itself are the words "No cheating."
Oh God fucking damn it!
Did the horse not take us through something? Didn't the horse just teleport us into a different dimension?
I can roll insight
is
check because
fair.
you're also forgetting something. I will say it seems from the geography that Friday might have taken you through one of the naturally occurring portals because you did pop out in Bowenberg. So
That's a 15.
a 15. You have gone to other dimensions before, by the way.
Right.
There are ways.
Right. We just need to move in the direction of that fucking thing.
That's
and
not what I'm
eventually
thinking
we'll
of. Well, I'll let you
I
guys figure
think
it out.
well, we did end up going to the Death Realm by accident when we went to that shrine to the Morterms.
Right. And then we went to the Fire Realm when we went to the Victory Shrine.
But the
Shit, is there a shrine in Rift Reach that we need to find?
No, because Rift Reach doesn't have.
well,
anything,
there was
right?
the
Aren't they
Chaos
all-
Realm. Like when we were here the last time a few weeks ago, there was this shrine at the Chaos Realm portal entrance.
Right.
At this, so Doc kind of comes and goes, well, if they were in established locations, those were the naturally occurring portals. Well, if they're statues, maybe not natural, but the naturally occurring barriers that we found. Though we don't have a spike of Godforce energy in Rift Reach that I know of. I was wondering if you had anything external.
External?
Kant knew there were different discs because he found two
At this
different
point,
of the discs.
Callisto is going to pipe on this. Correct me if I'm wrong, actually, don't. But you had accessed the Chaos Realm before entering through a portal. I remember that from our previous
Oh yeah,
adventures.
James Glass.
He said, was it that? Was that what you used? We have some of that on hand somewhere.
We found a big ass plate of it. There was a portal hidden behind it, if I remember correctly. We shattered it and it became a portal.
He says, yeah, we can provide the change glass if necessary. We have it in storage somewhere, secure, of course.
How much you got?
You saw the portal.
Oh.
Yeah, y'all ignoring the obvious solution. Lick Jared again. He took you to the Chaos Realm.
Oh shit, he did. I forgot about that, but it was by accident. I don't know if he can do it. He didn't take me to the chaos room. I licked it, and then I went to the chaos room. I don't know if it's intentional. Maybe I can ask him, but he's kind of been.
Are you saying this out loud, by the way?
Yes.
Doc, like, upon hearing that, Doc's gaze snaps to you. Goes, say that again.
Licking Jared? Or I went there by accident?
Earth did you come about a Jared?
What do you mean?
Jared?
Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Yes, do you have it on you?
It's just from the future, remember?
I
We could have
do. I
impacted
give
what
him
they call
Jared.
it.
Like, actually, it's just one Jared. It's a name.
No.
came
This
up
is
with.
This is a Jared. One of mine.
What?
What do you mean? What of
He
yours?
dramatically holds up the thing, clearly very proud of whatever it is, and says, "You, my friends, have somehow come into possession of Dr. Johansson's alternative reality entanglement device."
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Jared.
Yes, that's why we have the acronym. I got
it
yelled at for
was in
calling
a-
it that. This is a piece of a time machine.
It was
Wait,
in a hole.
hold on a second. Go, Glib. stop
Callisto
talking.
also looks
He's
very
a
surprised at
time
this.
machine.
So Doc continues on. Doc continues and goes, I don't know how on earth you would have gotten it, but you said you licked this, yes, and it would take you to the Chaos Realm.
By accident, I lick it a lot and stuff happens, but
And why was that what you chose for the activator?
I mean, it looked like a salt lamp.
You're
You cannot
Wait,
tell me that
can
there's
Glib be
only
like,
one delicious rock, okay?
your mic fried on that, man. I have no idea what you screamed.
Oh no, I said you cannot tell me
You
there's
just
only
said-
one delicious rock. There has to be more.
Glib is in the back as he's been like, why the hell did you lick it? Why was that the thing that you used? Glib is just
yeah.
standing back there like, why the hell?
Doc
That's what I was
gestures
saying.
as he goes, "You're psychic. That means you can attune to it necessarily. That's presumably how you knew it was Jared. You just sort of intuitively were able to connect with it, and then since it registered your biometrics when you licked it, that programmed it as the activator."
That's not right at all, but okay.
Yes. Oh, this makes so much sense to me.
Why is that not right? That's exactly what happened.
Okay, so it's a time travel device.
It's part of a time travel. This is the thing that uses a combination of magic and science to connect different timelines and different realities. It's missing a guidance system, however, which is probably why its transport has been unpredictable. Again,
Okay.
it's only one piece of
Yes.
the larger device.
Then why did you put a man in it?
It's an AI. You see, it's nanotechnology. The crystal disintegrates and it forms into the nanobots that make up the form of the
Okay, then
intelligence.
why is he such a bitch?
I don't know. That's only one.
Why
it's
is he so
missing pieces.
sleepy?
It's missing
He's got a
pieces.
break.
It's missing its power source. It's missing its guidance system. You have 1/3 of it here. I don't know how you got it.
Okay, it'd be a lot easier.
Give me
to
that.
Give it.
Why
Can I
other
can I hold out my hand to get
Doc's
Jared
not
back?
giving it back. He's like, no. I need to run tests on this.
You don't need to do shit. Give me the
No.
thing.
I invented it. It's got
Give me
it's
Jared
Dr.
back.
Johansson. It's in my name. The
Stick,
acronym is
get
my.
Jared.
Stick kind of flies out and like baseball bats Jared and make a dexterity check to see if you can catch it.
Oh, please work with me here.
Also, I'm noticing chat. I was saying, is that how? Is
That
how
is a nat 20. That is a
Stick
nat.
bats it and you just
Woo!
grab it easily, like like a Spider-Man spider sense, like immediate catch.
Yeah.
Answering questions in chat. The way that SG knew is like sort of psychic sense connected, interfaced with it. Also, yes, Callisto did say it was a genie and is looking very annoyed throughout this entire conversation because he was wrong and does not like being wrong.
If I remember correctly, Callisto was actually the one that identified Jared as a genie. So would you like to expand upon that?
Callisto grimaces and goes, "It is similar in nature to what I thought was..." At this point, Doc continues kind of ranting. Goes, "Oh, don't worry, Callisto. This isn't your area of expertise. Leave this to me." And Callisto gets even more annoyed. So he's not.
You just made it up to make us fucking go away, didn't you?
Not entirely. It was an
Yes,
educated.
yes,
It was
that's
an
not a
educated
no.
guess.
Oh yes.
Uh,
So anyway, if you could just give me the rest of the Jared construction, I can make him work better.
We
I'm
don't
gonna
have.
hand Jared back to SG and be like, here you
Thank
go.
you.
This on hand.
we-
This is not in character, but why would a thingy that is like a part of a time machine, the first time we used it, make SG ignite for
It's
people?
you don't necessarily know.
It's glitchy.
Yeah, although
It's fucked.
it is a reality bending
some bugs.
machine that is broken, and licking it has activating it has messed up effects.
Well, anyway, what do you mean you don't have the rest of the parts of
Well,
the Jared?
this is only, of course, one piece of a larger device. We would need, again, a power source, and we would need a guidance system, both of
And
which...
where would I find those?
I don't know. I mean, if this one made its way to this timeline, presumably the others have as well. I mean, if we could find... We need some sort of spatial driver, and he continues ranting onwards.
What do the other two look like?
It could be several different things. I mean, I'm not sure exactly which generation of Jared you found. Most of our spatial drivers are actually magical artifacts in nature. They're like small black stones.
Oh, fuck.
Would a skull and a stick look correct?
And the
Because that's
stick
what we
could
found with the Jared.
he looks at the stick. He goes, it could possibly be... Oh! That could possibly...
Stick, come back! I am not letting him take stick.
Stick flies to your head and goes, oh, of course. I should have understood, but it obeyed commands. That's the guidance system.
I just put Jared on top of the stick.
I mean, it falls off. Like, it's not... There's not a slot for it to go in.
Okay, I just want everyone to see the visual that I had. Stick flew back and Glib is like protecting it next to him, and SG just lightly sets this ball on the top of it, which then slowly just falls off.
Yeah. So this is all we... I think I misspoke a second ago, but it was like, all we would need to now... Of course, I would need some other mechanics to make it function, but these are the core parts. I could probably work with that. We would need one of the power sources, which again, I would assume it would manifest as a small sort of black rock, unless you're getting an older generation.
Would a skull-like object that talks be that?
I don't think so, but possibly.
The skull had green gems. It was also a person.
Do we know any magical black rocks?
I mean, we
Would,
don't.
would the phone
guys
that
don't.
collects... Yeah.
I mean, this is a very big long shot. Skeezville's from a rock dimension. Does he know of any black rocks?
You
I'm
don't
gonna
know what
I'm gonna
black
s-
is!
I'm gonna say this for the con... Yeah, that's actually very true. Skeeville has no concept of color.
That's a very good point, Panda.
But for those who have not seen, if you watch the first breakpoints,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
if you watch the first breakpoints, there is something relevant there.
Like, I don't know if this is
I will say-
relevant to situation, but not Callisto. Profis disappeared. We can't find them into almost nothing. Well, when we were in this kind of trek throughout the different dimensions, there was this weird guy Dream. I'm sure I covered this, but he told me nothing is coming. So maybe nothing here, and that's where Callisto is, or not Callisto. Profis.
No
Maybe
one
he
really
found
seems to
nothing.
react to. No one really knows what
Yeah,
that
that
means.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
If nothing is here, then
no one has
everything's
any
fine.
like
What are you
frame of
talking
reference for what that means. So.
Well, I mean, I guess this
Also,
is
I was-
good news then. But he kind of disappeared into nothing.
Callisto speaks up again at the point and goes, look, I don't care about your time machine. That's not relevant right now. What we need to do at the moment is figure out the location of the missing Chaos God.
Well,
Oh my
isn't that
god, it's
relevant?
missing! Fuck, forgot about that for a second.
Isn't that relevant if we had working time machine? We could just go to last night, where before he went missing, and be like, hey, come with us, and now you're here, and now you're not missing anymore because you went with us.
that is a good point. At this point, Doc speaks up and goes, and to make the time machine function, I will need, ironically, some time. Again, I would need other mechanics to sort of bind all the key ingredients from the future together, and that is not going to be an immediate process. I've never built a time machine in this reality.
So we need to find one of those black stones. I'm assuming that Doc knows what the black stone looks like and can just project its image into our mind.
It's literally just like a little black rock. Like, it's very underwhelming, very kind of unassuming.
Doc, what about you whenever you get the stone? Because we'll get it to you eventually. You just make the time machine and come back right now.
Doc kind of pauses at that. Goes, I'm not sure if that would work. And then you see him, like, squint really hard. It's like...
Oh, yeah. Someone's just like, you can do a history... We should do a history deck to see if we've seen this particular stone or come across something like this before.
You can if you want, yeah.
I got nothing in history. And that's a nat 20.
I mean, you haven't.
Oh
the answer is that you have not.
God
But,
damn it.
Shit!
God
yeah,
damn
you don't
it.
know what this
You
thing
wasted your
You
one
are
nat
confident
20.
in
It's
that.
gone
No.
now.
You have no idea what this thing is.
It's so upsetting.
I do want to say the chat has reminded me of something that was like a long grudge I had about the first episode we ever played, which is that you made me roll a strength chat to shove the skull onto the stick, and I did well. It just
Yeah,
didn't work.
that's how D&D works. You can try whatever you want, but it's not guaranteed to work.
But if he
I like
just
the
time
things work.
travels into picking up not Callisto, oh my god, Prophis before he disappears, then maybe that's how Prophis disappears. And then he comes to whatever time we find Stone. And then it's just like, okay, now he's no longer missing. We solve problem.
Or we could just go find him the old-fashioned way.
At this point, Callisto kind of like, you see him kind of grumble something, presumably about how much he hates Doc. And Doc is still like squinting, by the way. Doc is still just like focused in. Nothing's happening.
Well,
Can I have Stick? I'm just gonna like say, Stick, point to your power source, and then let go of them.
Stick, actually, hovers in the air, and swings in a certain direction, and then swings again in another direction, and then just kind of starts doing this until it's like faster and faster until it is spinning consistently. At which point, Doc pipes up again. It goes, the power source that we're looking for is again a spatial driver. It's difficult to detect in linear space time.
Okay, Stick.
Does Stick have a point? How are you knowing what direction it's facing?
Usually it goes towards something.
I said
Usually.
Stick is just
I'm
a
assuming
basic
it
stat.
doesn't point towards the sky.
There are like yeah, it swings towards something, and like it's a stick, but it's not flat smooth. Like it's made of wood. You can get the sense of like what's the top, what's the bottom.
The way I drew Stick, there was a flat end, and I had that be
Yeah.
the end that's towards stuff.
Whatever works.
Nice.
Okay. I don't really know what to do here.
I feel like we should just look at this room for clues.
You can look at the room for clues. I mean, there are like boards of information.
I'm assuming dude got teleported. I'm not assuming he was ripped from his room.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's not.
There are boards of like information, and I can recap everything that you know if you would.
I mean,
to.
like,
There is one place that we didn't go to on our original list of places to go, and that was Ragdus, which is the place that had no Godforce energy at
And I will
all.
also add, because you can figure this out on your own, if you are using the sort of geographic compass, which there seems to be a correlation between the 8 circle and the geographic locations, that is also the area that would be connected to chaos, if the theory holds true.
Okay.
that is true.
So hot damn.
I think we need to go to the last city. That's the only thing that I
Destiny
can
2.
think of right now.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
yes.
I want it to kind of sound like I'm just kind of ignoring that Prothis is gone now, where I'm like, well, I mean, we could just go to that last place we needed to go to. So,
Yeah.
Doc pipes up and goes, that would probably be a good idea. You can investigate the last sort of Godforce anomaly. If you could leave the crystal with me, and I will begin working on the...
No!
He actually, like, Doc
I don't
actively
really
does, like,
want
the
to do
grabby
that.
hands. Like...
I don't really want to do
Give me
that.
the
I
Jared,
feel
please.
very attached to Jared.
No, but if
And
you
I'm
give it to me,
holding
I
the
can...
stick back like,
if you
I
give
will
it to me, I
beat
can
you,
begin
little
work
man.
on the machine. I can possibly give you a way to guide its power more accurately. If I can just have my own inventions back.
But it's mine now. I don't really give things back once I've decided they're mine. It's
I
kind of
like
being-
Stick. Stick is friend.
Stick is a non-sentient guidance system.
Stick is friend!
Can I just chop off a little piece of Jared and keep with me?
Don't break it.
But that's how it
Wait,
works.
are we
You
not
drop it on
supposed
the
to be
floor,
breaking
then
it?
it works.
No, you what? Wait, what are you doing?
That is
I
none of
looked
your
at-
concern.
No. Explain.
I mean, if
You know,
just,
we gotta
like,
get
break
going,
it,
really.
then Jared comes out and he explains things to you, and he's very grumpy.
He
Rush it.
looks horrified that you are using his invention by just power slamming it into the ground. He goes, you were wondering why it wasn't working properly.
I thought it was working just fine.
It
That's
was
how it works.
working.
You break it and then it works.
At this
Like a
point,
glow stick.
at this point, Callisto very quickly summons what looks like a large mage hand that like holds Doc back as they actively just like charge, trying to grab the crystal out of SP's hand.
Okay, it was great talking to you, Doc. We're going to go now. We'll come back with the power source, and then we will sit and watch you make the time machine.
Give me the crystal. Just
Okay,
Stay
let's
back!
go. Bye.
and I assume you guys rush out of the room with Doc still screaming behind you.
I just tell Mercury, like, I would like to say it's not always like this, but it is.
Oh, I didn't really
Yeah, he didn't say anything because he didn't really
Yeah.
have much to say. But actually, at this point, he is going to speak as you go out of the room. He goes, "So we're going to Ragdus next year.
That's correct.
Never been there
Yep.
before. I've heard some creepy things."
What do you
Creepy?
mean creepy things?
So at this point, I'll give you sort of the very quick lore drop for Ragdus because this is, well, you'll get why it's quick. I'm not going to do the Mercury voice the whole time, so I'll just do it for you. Sorry to everyone who probably wanted me to do the Mercury voice the whole time. Ragdus, I'll pull up the map. Where is it? There we go. Is the city on the very, 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 very far west coast. You can see it is like very distanced from everything else. The city used to, like a couple centuries ago, be really wealthy, really popular, very, important exports, things like that. But it was very difficult to get to because it has really weird weather patterns. The water around it is really choppy. And as you can kind of see, the landscape that separates it from the mainland is strange and hard to traverse. So the only major way to get to the city was through a port town called Inanus, which was, across both sides of this very large sort of strait. Is that the term? I don't know the geographic terms. And Inanus, most of their economy was transporting things to and from Ragdus. But then, Inanus was destroyed by a very large flood, again, centuries ago. And due to heavy rumors that Inanus was cursed, it was never rebuilt. And so Ragdus kind of faded into obscurity, and no one really goes there anymore because it's just almost impossible to access. So there's a lot of rumors, lots of scary things around it. The only time that people see anyone from Ragdus is when the king and queen of the city, and I have their names, King Romulus Ragdan and Queen Ramira Ragdan. They come to Rift Reach like once a decade for for a meeting of all the city-states. And really the only thing that's known about them is despite their cities supposedly being like isolated and separated from everything else, they are obscenely wealthy. The royals of Ragdus, like, they come to the city for like a week, they flaunt their wealth like crazy, and then they leave, and that's pretty much all that happens. Notably, it's been the same king and queen for like hundreds of years, as best people can tell. And that is pretty much all.
I have a
So
question.
obviously, like a lot of spooky rumors have started just by how weird their things are.
With SG's familiarity with everything expansive, would they know if they had family?
What do you mean? Also, I'm gonna do the typing for, or the spelling for anyone who's curious.
I mean, like, if you wanted to, I don't know, impersonate royalty,
would
it be believable?
I get the question. You would not know. Oh, by the way, I'm assuming you're on. Unless you have anything to do in Rift Reach, I guess I'll cut to that. Also, I don't know what just happened to Nikhil's camera. But you can do anything in Rift Reach that you want. I guess I should quickly say, or are you getting on Mercury and heading there? I would assume actually maybe you want to take a long rest before you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
So
Probably, yeah.
Probably the best plan.
as you guys are leaving to go and get to chambers and get a long rest there. Also, I'm gonna fix Nikhil's camera. Hopefully he's still here. Turn that off for a sec. Okay. As you guys are leaving, Callisto, like a sort of hologram form of Callisto, appears in front of you and kind of walks with you. So it says, "Apologies about the insane man who was trying to take your things." And kind of gives more context as Mercury says something about the king and queen being the same for 100 years. Callisto pipes up and goes, "Oh no, Mercury, that's superstition." And then he turns to you and goes, "We're not entirely sure what happens with the Ragdus, but I've been monitoring them for a while now. I've never been there, but I've seen. The theory is that for whatever reason in their culture, the king and queen are titles that go beyond just royalty, and whenever the king or queen dies, the next people to ascend take their name and sort of adopt their persona as if it is one set of royals, but it is actually different people assuming the mantle, presumably. Lots of spooky rumors around them because they're weird, I'll just say it bluntly."
I don't see what's so weird about hundreds of year old rich kings and queens. I think
You are cursed, blind man!
I think that's totally normal. In fact, these are probably long lost cousins of mine who think that they're king when I am.
Somebody drop a banana peel in front of me. Anybody, please, I'm begging you.
I could see a banana peel.
Do bananas exist in my world? Now I have to decide.
I don't mean for you, dipshit, I mean for me!
I screwed with fruit in my world just to a reference to one of Nathan's songs, so do I want bananas to be real?
This is true.
But anyway, that's sort of your info drop on Ragdus. You can, we'll assume that you are long resting tonight and going to the city in the morning. If you want to do anything in Rift Reach overnight, you can, but that's in your hands.
Is Rift Reach aware of the Kaiju attack that's happening in the second biggest city on the continent?
You don't know, but you can find out. You can ask around if you would like.
Well, didn't we?
Yeah.
Let's
Can
say
I-
we told them that.
Okay, yeah, so then I guess I'll say the council, basically, the Order of the Eye and Symmetris, they know because you told them, but you have no reason to believe that, like, citizens would. Because it's also, like, it's actively ongoing. Like, this Kaiju attack started, like, a couple hours ago, so this is, news doesn't travel that fast in fantasy
The
world.
second largest city on the continent is being actively attacked by giant monsters. And we're like, we're gonna go on a trip to the spooky haunted house. And we'll be back.
Well,
Hope y'all are
technically, we
doing
did
alright.
leave a god there to help them.
In a library.
Yeah,
that
in
is
a
known
weird
for
library.
having an infinite loop
We'll
in it.
say we'll say that Symmetris dispatches some people to go and help.
Imagine they get there, Barry's just got it handled. Suddenly knows his metal powers so well. He's just...
Can you
don't know
roll
what's
to
happening.
see if
They're
Barry's
giant
still
stars.
Oh,
stuck
I
in the
know
library?
what's happening I know what's happening in Bowenberg. It might come back later, but I'm not going to
It's
tell you
actually
guys.
Canyon solving it right now.
Canyon
Yeah.
time agents.
Oh, I would love it if B team is solving the problem while A team is just somewhere else.
I'm not going to say. Maybe I'll do a breakpoints about sort of the aftermath of the Bowenberg attack later. I will leave it as I know as the DM. So,
I would like to potentially do something
What
if
you
you'll
thinking?
allow it, Matt. I like to think I have some sort of home base where I conduct all my operations.
You're also kind of rich, so that's believable, yeah.
And I like to think I set up ways for me to contact my clients with updates.
I'll again say that's believable, yeah. Yeah, so sure. I don't remember if we established that, but
Cool.
it makes sense. We probably should have, so I'll give it to you.
We
yeah,
hadn't,
I'll
that's
give it
why
to you,
I'm
because that's something
asking,
that we should have said. So, well, I should have said, so yeah.
In that case, I would love to hit up Legs, the alias he goes
Shoot,
by.
what voice did I do for him?
And,
I'll make up something that was fitting.
It was like a generic
Yeah,
pirate
I kind of
voice, I'm
figured
pretty
that
sure.
was
I don't
probably what I
know.
did. So yeah, you open up a line to him, and it takes a couple minutes, but he does answer.
I would love to just be like, all right, Legs, does the name Marcos mean anything to you?
Roll an insight check.
What's my insight?
Also, to somebody in the
16.
somebody in the chat just asked if SG and Glib have houses. I know Glib's homeless.
Glib, well, you guys can get lounge or quarters in the main building, the council building, if you need.
Oh, I was just answering the question from
okay.
what I knew.
Okay.
And what I know is that Glib is fucking homeless. Nobody wants to house Glib.
Glib is homeless. Skeesville has a home, but it's pretty far away. I don't know what
Skeesville
SG's status would be, and Goodbid definitely has something.
I feel like
Griffin
SG
lives
just
in Rift
moves,
Reach, so.
moves around a lot.
Yeah. Anyway.
Like wherever the next job is where they live.
Goodbid, what was your insight check?
It was 16.
16. He goes, not sure. I mean, I think I've known somebody named it before. He does seem to be lying about that. He pauses before he says it. Very suspicious, kind of generic answer.
I would like to. Now, this is my business. I know what I'm doing. I'd like to intimidate him a little bit, but I am smiling so kindly. And I'm like, now, Legs, you know this job only works if you are honest with me. So come on. What does Marcos mean to you?
Yeah. What's your intimidation?
Shit, fuck.
You have a plus 12. It's gonna be hard to fail this.
Damn it! Is a 29
oh my God,
gonna do
Nathan.
it?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that all?
29 definitely does it. You see, Legs pauses. And goes, I suppose it's probably relevant to your situation. It's me. It's my name.
Oh, that is very relevant. Thank you so much, Mr. Legs. Well, I found a document on the ship in the captain's quarters with your name signed all
Would
over.
make sense considering that's my ship.
Well, had to check my facts. You know, got to be thorough. That's all I got for you right now. But I will be on the ship pretty frequently in the next few days, so we might make a move. I'll keep you posted.
He kind of grunts and hangs up the magic call.
What are the odds we heard any
What
of that?
a
I
dick.
don't think you... I feel like this would have been something he was doing in private.
Unless you followed me to my home.
Yeah.
Oh no! Wait. Oh right, you live in Rift Reach. I forgot.
Yeah, he's the only he's the only
Rift
Rift
Reach.
Reach native of the party.
Okay, so Marcos is Legs equals Marcos. Got it. So that's interesting.
So now you know a little bit more about
So he was telling the truth.
where
at
the ship
least.
came from.
I do like the idea that Goodbit is intimidating in the kindest way
Yeah.
possible. Kind of like, almost like Homelander-esque. Where he's like smiling, like, let's light this candle, huh?
Yeah.
Look, why? I'm just
You know?
confused why he wouldn't just say like, "Yeah, I'm Legs," like I'm Marcos.
People in this business get all when about personal information. It's, you know, I get it.
On that note, does anyone have anything else they want to do in Rift Reach, or shall we skip forward to the next day?
Or
I
Forward.
Glib's very along for
Yeah.
the ride in this one. He's like, he's just coasting after the last episode.
I feel like also Skeesville, it should be noted, this is like the weirdest place you've ever like. It's on the ground, but you know there's a big canyon under the ground. There are these giant spires that are towering above you. Like this place is probably quite overwhelming because it is all like Earth. It is a desert area, so I would actually imagine this kind of feels a lot like your home, but bigger.
can I feel the rift? And like, what's at the bottom of it?
I don't think your power would go that far. Your sense would go that deep. We'll say you can definitely feel that there's like a large gap, like a large, the large ravine is there, but you can't feel all the way to the bottom because it's deep.
The psychic damage he's suffering.
Yeah, Skeezvol is learning quite a bit about. Actually, that's probably very scary for Skeezvol because now it's emptiness above, emptiness below, and then just like a thing hovering in the center, which is an interesting parallel for the actual continent itself.
Is the same exact situation as just like being on Skyskimmer.
Yeah.
Y'all have lucked Skeezvol out of his nice little time. And he has had a horrible one.
Skeezvol lived in a box, and now he is not there anymore. But on that note, the next day arrives. You guys board the Skyskimmer and head off to the west. Now, again, this is going to be a bit of a travel, so you can do things on the ship if you would like.
I might do something while I'm here.
I think I'm just talking to Mercury more, but
I would also like to just be vibing.
Yeah. If you want to, ask anything specific, you can do so, or you can just say you're chilling.
Glib is going to be below deck, just kind of going over the past couple of days.
Glib's processing.
He's had a lot of fucking traumatic moments.
How long is?
Yeah.
What is this trip?
What'd you say?
How long is the trip?
This trip is probably. I never timed it exactly. Let's just say for round numbers, it's hour-ish.
it takes an hour to get everywhere on the.
Well, to be fair, Rift Reach is in the center, and the last trip was to the far east, and this is to the far west. It's a little longer than the last one because the Ragdus is farther out, so maybe like an hour and a half-ish. But like that, I will say in my defense, that's actually balanced. You were going to the east coast and the west coast.
Okay.
This is all valid.
And Rift Reach is in like the center, so yeah.
So SG is talking to Mercury for the trip. At some point when they're talking, I'll just be on the poop deck, and I will cast message to Mercury, which is just a whisper in his ear, and just say, "We need to have a little chat."
All right. He looks around concerned, but kind of. I'm assuming that's like in your voice. Yeah, he kind of recognizes your voice, sees you on the deck looking at him.
And I'll be on the deck like, waving.
And after a bit, he
subtly
excuses himself from the conversation with SG and maybe Skeevil to go have a more private conversation with you.
I would like to go all the way into his quarters if we could.
Okay, so he follows you in there looking a bit more concerned.
And I just go, Mercury, I really like you, I consider you a good friend. I need you to know that.
I like you all too? What's this about?
Well, there's been some whisperings in the wind, if you will. And I'm I'm always on the job. I have to ask, what does the name Marcos mean to you?
At that, Mercury's eyes widen. And he pauses for like a good 10 seconds before just kind of like in a much more muted, calm tone than he usually has. Just kind of looks up and goes, "How do you know my father?"
Oh shit! Well, I'm not allowed to discuss my business, but he came to me for work, and just
he hired you to get the ship, didn't he?
Good bit, you're a hitman. You
he hired
Mercury
me to get the ship,
looks frustrated. The first time that you've ever seen him frustrated. Kind of goes, "My father is an awful person. He uses the ship for horrible things, smuggling all sorts of bad. This was he's got several in his fleet, but this was always his favorite. And you can see like he's kind of trying to hold back tears a little bit. Actually goes, "It was my mother's dying wish that I take it away from his possession."
I will roll insight on this still, because I what I do.
He is being
19.
100% genuine. His mom did not want him getting in this business and wanted him to take it and get the hell away from his father.
I will place my hands on his merman shoulders and go, "You're a good man, Mercury. You know what?" And I crack open my briefcase, and it's hydraulic. and pull out the contract that I have with his dad, and I go, and I see right here at the bottom it says, if contractee deems this to be a bad deal, contract may be terminated. And I rip it in half.
Still,
I love this contract loophole. If I don't like it, it's done.
Nathan, I would also like to say you had the perfect chance to work in if contract is deemed to be bad business.
Bad business. Trademark.
still.
I just like how in the contract it contradicts itself because it says no loopholes.
And then actively it's no loopholes.
Okay,
blue
one
other
loophole.
one.
Right there.
No loopholes except for the one directly below the sentence.
Except for mine.
Yeah.
My loopholes are fine.
Not loopholes. They're not loopholes. They're just big holes, and if you don't see them, it's your
So
fault.
Mercury's still kind of trying to hold back tears, nods and smiles, and after a moment he goes, "That's why I ended up going into the whirlpool. I was being followed and kind of had to take any option that was available to me. So I was hoping they wouldn't follow me in there, and then I ended up in the Cloudland."
You know, everything happens for a reason. I will cease business productivity with your father, at least when it comes to this here ship. It's a beautiful one at that, and you're a good captain.
He, pauses for a second and then gives you a big hug, which is weird because he's got big wooden robot legs, but he's doing his best.
Oh, so stiff.
I could just hear the John Mulaney quote that, "Hey, do you want me to kill that guy for you?"
Oh, I got a message flagged in the Twitch chat for violence that I had to enable because someone immediately shouted "kill the fucker" in all caps.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
I did enable it.
Hate to see a deal go bad, but it is what it is.
So that's the origin of Mercury. You know his stuff now. He was escaping his father's gang.
I'd like to think that
I'm glad I decided, because I would have gone, if he actually stole it, I would have gone, through with the deal. So I'm glad he
Well,
ended up being
technically,
a
he
good
did steal it.
guy.
He did technically steal it. He just
Well,
stole it for good reason.
It was in the mother's will.
His
dying will? Are
his
you
mom
kidding me?
I'd like to
because of
think
the
that
business
Peaceful and I were just that was kind of weird how he left so abruptly and then followed him as just listening at the door this whole time.
This fucking Mercury and Goodbid leave. Mercury comes back, bloodshot eyes.
Yeah, basically, that is kind of what happens.
Smeared mascara.
That is kind of what happens.
I'm gonna go and pilot the ship. Nobody follow me up. I just want to be alone for a bit.
Then I'll just go kick it below deck, I guess.
Someone just
old
said interesting
handshake.
note to join the session on. Yeah, we were setting up Mercury's side quest today, and you came in right at the climax of it. But yeah,
Glad I got that.
So does anyone want to do anything else on the ship, or shall we sort of move in?
I think I'm good.
Cool. I just wanted to check.
That would have made things really complicated if I had to steal.
Yeah,
the
no,
ship,
you
so I'm
don't.
glad
You
that-
don't have to steal the ship. You don't have to steal the ship. I like
That
because
would've
there was
fucked
a
up a couple
pathway.
of relationships
I
there.
would have done it.
There's a
too.
pathway where you found out that it
I
was.
would have
Yeah.
burned those
There was
bridges.
a pathway where you found out it was stolen and didn't find more information, and then tried to take the ship from him completely innocently, which would have been funny. But I'm glad it worked out like this.
Luckily, I'm good at my job.
Anyway, eventually you start getting closer to the city where you are going, and this is an area that you guys have never been before. None of you would have been here, but you see Mercury kind of points out the large. Again, I think strait is the word that kind of bridges between the island, the separate island, and the mainland, and you can see the ruins of a pretty big city there that are still kind of flooded and totally abandoned. Very creepy looking. And then as you go over the kind of green stone mountains that are very, very strangely shaped, over the horizon, you see a skyline of another very large city, visually reminiscent of the Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz, which I can say because that's public domain. So I can openly say the visuals are based on the Emerald City. So I'm not going to get in trouble for that. So
we can have some references and it be
this is
okay.
public domain. I'm allowed to use as much of it as I want. I'm not even using that much. But the visuals of this are like the Emerald City.
The Wizard of Oz.
So the visuals are like the Emerald City. Mercury kind of turns to you guys.
That's why they've been the same for years.
He turns. I don't know who's up there. Glib might still be below decks, but he turns to whoever is there. And kind of goes, "Okay, I'm gonna take her down a little bit outside of the city gates. We don't know a lot about Ragdus. Don't know if they're gonna take kindly to a big ship flying in." He seems creeped out. Not because of any like. I'll go ahead and tell you that you don't have to insight check. Like, he doesn't seem creeped out because of any like history. This is just like a place that there's a lot of like ghost stories about and creepy stuff on the continent. So going here is a very weird thing. But he touches down a bit of ways from the city, farther enough that you can see it and you can walk there, but not going to be attacked by any sort of air defenses or anything. And that's where you're at. Your choice of how or where or when to enter the city is up to you. There is a main gate. I guess I should say there is a main entrance, but you don't have to use it.
I'm sure everything will be fine. Like, all we're going to do here is maybe go in, find the rock, steal a couple stuff, a lot of stuff from the monarchs, and then leave.
Sounds good to me.
I mean, definitely the rock, but
I'm definite. Well, like here's the. I'm a death god, guys. Even if there's ghosts in here, they kind of have to listen to me, right?
Oh yeah.
I think this would be a piece of cake.
That was 100%. Glib is just extremely confident about something he doesn't know. He's not even lying there. He's like, yeah, that's got to be how it works.
I imagine Glib's whole vibe throughout this whole session is just like in like a haze, but like vaguely happy, like stressed, but just kind of like, yep, okay, I did the thing, still going, but
slightly like that. I'm thinking it's a little bit more like the one thing that I was living for at the current moment is now over. So
maybe a little
what
bit
do
more...
I do now?
Yeah. There was that moment of relief, and now it's the moment of, oh God, like that kind of, oh me.
Oh God, I did the plan. All of the plans that I have been completed. I don't know what to do now. So it's just kind of
what is my purpose?
Okay, cool. So that's where it's just like, oh yeah, okay, I mean, it's ghost stories, right? There's got to be ghosts in there.
I should have said not like necessarily ghost stories, just like spooky stories. Like it's not like this place
Glib
is
was
rumored to be
barely
explicitly
listening.
haunted. Yeah, no, that's what I was. Yeah.
When Glib was hearing like,
That's an
I've heard a lot of ghost
interpretation.
stories about that place. He heard that and then went silent.
That
for
is
the
a
rest of it,
valid interpretation. I just want to point out, no one told you this place is haunted and full of ghosts. But I should also note, the main entrance, while there is a very ornate main gate, it's not like Garayama where there's like people coming in and out. It's empty.
So we can just walk right in.
Yeah, there's no line or anything like that.
Cool.
I also want to know Glib's been floating on Styx since we left the city and someone tried to take Styx from him. He's just like, this is mine now. Right. So he's just going to levitate to the door.
Oh, I guess actually this is something that would maybe matter. Mercury kind of like looks around and goes, I know you guys said something about wanting to go, see what stuff is like on land. Do you need me for this one, or...
If you're scared, you can stay on the ship.
I'm gonna stay on the ship. I'm not scared. He really quickly says that and then pauses for a few seconds and then goes, because that way we can get an exit if needed. It's the tactical choice.
Yeah.
I want to like pat him on the shoulder and be like, whatever you want, weird man. And then immediately go down the rope and start kissing the ground.
That's actually a great image of just like, whatever you want. Kind of like jumps off, swings down the rope, dramatically lands, and then just falls over and starts kissing the ground.
I can see again!
Okay, so you guys do that, and you're just kind of heading up to the city?
Okay.
Yeah, when I'm leaving the ship, I say, that was not very convincing, but I will bring you back souvenir.
He kind of like winces a little bit.
As I'm floating off of the ship, I'm just like, keep it around here. I don't want to wait another hour for you this time.
He kind of salutes and does take off, but like you can see he doesn't seem to be like abandoning you. He just doesn't want to sit in one place. Keep it running, basically.
This doesn't matter for anything, but I want it noted that Skeezable is very nervous about the fact that Glib is invisible at this point.
Oh,
You can hear
good point.
him.
Glib's been invisible for hours, and Skeezable's just kind of like constantly on edge.
Like, where is he? Where is he?
He's hearing Glib say like snide remarks, and he's
Every time Glib speaks, he just kind of jumps a little bit, tenses up. Anyway, you guys approach the main gate of Ragdus, which again, it is very, very, very ornate, very, very fancy looking. There are large walls of the same sort of green stone that make up the mountains. Again, Emerald City-like. When you get to the main gate, there's no, you can see a guard post that's kind of inset into the wall, but there's no one going in or out. The gate is lowered, however. There's a guard post, and then the gate is lowered behind it.
Into the palace?
Not the palace, the city. The city is
Oh, okay.
There's no one at the gate post?
You can't see inside. It's like, I'm trying to think of how to visualize it. Like, if like this is the archway, the gate is like here, like where my chest is, and then there's a guard post like in the side, so you can't see in.
Can I like sense if someone's
Oh,
there?
right, you can do that. Yes, there's someone in there.
Okay. Just so y'all know, there's someone watching the gate.
whoever you are, please don't try and hurt us. It won't end well.
You hear
That's very
like
true.
a gasp, though more of a gasp of surprise. And the door opens, and you see kind of like a short, chubby man, not like dwarf, but just like kind of very innocent, like unassuming looking dude. Kind of like quickly jog out. He's wearing very fancy, very ornate armor that kind of matches the aesthetic of the city, and he's too far out to like hear him, but you hear he shouts hello and like gives you a very...
So we're going full Wizard of Oz.
This is inspired by
I
several
can remember
things.
this shot.
This is inspired by several things, and one of them is a little bit Wizard of Oz.
I forgot to say
I'm allowed
this
to do
before we got off of the ship, but can I say, after I said what I said to Mercury, I transformed into... I'm in the full demon armor with the things, with the circlet of blasting on my head, but I've just transformed into a tiefling.
Okay. Yeah, so you're disguised.
Got it.
So are you approaching the guard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want Skeezable to try and go through the gate, despite already having yelled that there's a guard, and just take no note that he came out.
The gate is like a big metal thing. Are you like walking into it? Like it's not something that you could open yourself. It needs to be raised. It's a big like city entrance gate.
Alright, then never mind. I thought
No. It's a big like there's a word for that, but I don't remember what it is. But like the iron like grate, that kind of thing. So as you get closer to this guard, he goes, "Hello."
Howdy.
Hi.
You want to let us in?
Yeah, I've got to go through the proper protocol, of course. But yes, we haven't gotten visitors to Ragdus in quite some time.
Happy to be here.
You sound so funny.
What's your name?
I'll take that as a compliment. My name is Bodhi. Nice to meet you. He like quickly like holds out to shake your hand, good bid. And when you grab it, which I assume you do, he like takes it in both hands, like very enthusiastically shakes it.
Pleasure to meet you, Bodhi. Your name's Mr. Goodbid, because I always be conducting good business. If you need anybody, give me a call.
Bro, I like that. I'll keep you in mind, sir.
Are you fucking self-advertising to the guard?
Yes, I'm self-advertising. Do
He
you think this business will
Who's
run on
the
its own?
guard gonna want to have killed, Goodbid?
We save hundreds of gold pieces on advertising every year because I do it all myself.
You've been advertising?
As you're saying this, Bodhi
Everywhere I
has
go.
run into the guard post and like come out
Call
with
yourself.
some sort of like scroll kind of clipboard thing. He goes, "Okay, so what brings you to Ragdus?"
We're here for a
Tourism.
thing.
Ooh, he kind of marks some things out. Any particular sites you were looking to see? Like I said, we haven't gotten anyone here in quite a long time, but I'd like to keep up protocol.
Y'all got a shrine?
I'm sure we have several shrines throughout the city, of course.
Oh, gotta see the shrine. We've heard so many great things about the shrines in this city.
Yeah. the multiple shrines. I'm a warlock. I gotta get as many religions in me as I can. So if you can just tell me where those shrines are, that'd be great.
Oh, of course, yes, we can mark that down. I believe the biggest one is in the palace. We can get you an audience with the king and queen, of course. I'm sure they're very happy to see some sort of visitors.
Oh yeah,
That'd be
actually,
great.
That'd be amazing.
Excellent.
Yes, actually, that would be fantastic. As I am a
I
prince
genuinely
from hell.
thought someone else joined the call. I was not on the tab, and I
my
was like,
God.
what?
I want everyone to. I want to. Clip immediately turns around like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I think was there last, so she was bringing up the rear.
Oh my gosh.
Prince from Hell, and I would really like an audience with your monarchs. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's a diplomatic mission as well. Of course, Your Majesty.
Yes, thank you.
Bodhi continues writing everything down very enthusiastically.
I want. All right. Glib just kind of lowers down on Styx, still floating, but is like really fucking close to SG to try and see through the illusion. Just
Sort of-
fucking.
Well, it's not an illusion. She can shapeshift.
Fuck. I
Yeah.
know, but it's the voice and the face that it's like. Where the hell did you go? What is this?
It's a plan, Glib. It's a good plan.
This-
Play along.
You could do that the whole time.
Yes.
We failed
Of course I could do this
operation
the whole time. I'm a
twice. You had
fantastic
to
criminal.
do this the whole time.
Yes, I'm a fantastic criminal. It's just when the occasion arises or you need to impersonate royalty, you got to play the part. It's.
I
so
do want you to
ridiculous.
make a stealth check for the fact that you just
I was
said
gonna say.
impersonate royalty right in front of the
I'm-
guard.
I'm speaking in his head.
Okay. Let's just to clarify. Also, the Keel's camera went away again, but I think we'll just live with the blue screen for a second.
just, like-
It'll come back.
We just look really dumb with the frogman just levitating like this fucking close to royalty and them just staring down for like a couple of seconds.
Okay, that's valid. So, Bodhi has kind of written down everything. He says, "Can I get your names just for the reference of the guard sheet?" You kind of look at the sheet. He said, like, there's a list. There's like a guest list, basically. Blank. Totally blank. It says guest list at the top and then just nothing.
Laurencia Murphy.
Don't use your real names for everyone. Don't
Yeah.
use your real names.
I'm
Alias.
just-
Except for good
Lean
things.
in
I've
and-
already introduced
An actual
myself.
business
It
card.
gave him a business card.
So yeah, good. He writes down Goodbid's real name. Whatever the name that SG said. What was it again?
Oh, I didn't give it.
Oh, you gave the title, right?
I
Yeah.
say, hi, I'm Helen, the Prince of Hell.
Helen, Prince of Hell.
Helen?
Really? I've done worse. I can't criticize you for that.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so Bodhi writes down all of your names, and then quickly runs into the guard post. You see him start like pulling on a chain that seems to operate some sort of pulley system that that lifts up the portcullis, as several people in chat were able to remind me. And then kind of walks back out in front, gives a big sweeping gesture, and goes, "Welcome to Ragdus. I'll be happy to give you a tour of the city if you would like."
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Following, unless anyone objects, following Bodhi in, you enter onto a. Actually, I want everybody to make a perception check real quick first. The first thing that happens. Perception.
What check are we doing?
Perception.
That's a 23, man.
13.
And the 7.
What was
18.
Okay, I'll give it to Skeezable and Glib, but I'll weave it into the visuals. So, entering the main street of Ragdus, you can see the gate opens directly onto a street. There are people walking around, and everyone seems fairly normal, fairly friendly. The creepy vibes that you were if you expected this place to be a haunted, abandoned city, it's definitely not that. Like, it's populated, it's bustling. There are shops and things that are well kept all around the main street. As you go in, people smile and wave at you. Bodhi kind of smiles and waves back at all of them. But Glib and Skeezable. This is a description that I'm good. You wouldn't have this exact description as characters, but as players, this should probably work. Have you guys ever been to Disney World or Universal Studios or anything like that, where there's immersive areas? The main street of Ragdus feels like that. The infrastructure is well hidden. There are sort of facades on the buildings so that you can't really see anything beyond it. It seems that this street was made for immersion and specifically to keep people's focus on it. Like, it looks like a theme park attraction. And it's just a little unsettling, though there's nothing notable beyond that.
Oh, what a lovely place you have here. It's so clean.
Thank you, madam. Bodhi continues walking onwards, kind of pointing out notable shops along the way. There's nothing crazy. But, again, in a sort of Disney World-inspired thing, he gives another grand gesture as you clear. And at the end, imagine the main street of Disney World with, like, Cinderella Castle down the street. There is the large, very obviously, like, fanciest building around, incredibly ornate palace at the end of the street. Bodhi, gestures, shows it off. Continue, like a tour guide, basically, as he takes you around the city.
I have a town like a little street like this in my kingdom too.
I forget. Did you say that there's people around?
There are people around. Yeah, this place is fully populated.
Okay.
Bodhi kind of looked at it. Oh, well, you royalty as well, sir.
Yeah, 700 years. Oh, I'm sorry. I should introduce myself. My name is.
Don't use your real name.
Shut up. My name is King Skeezelscrax, the Night Thief. Nice seven.
I love the gesture that he did. Just like, my name is King Skeez. Shut up. Bodhi kind of.
Just so people keeping track at home, 2 of our members, the 2 criminals of us, are like, don't use your real name. Say something fake. And then the other 2 are like, hi, my name is XYZ. Here's my business card. Do you want my home phone number and address? Like,
I'm not here to conduct any
has
crime.
Never done anything wrong. He has no reason to hide.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna commit acts of crime in this city.
Active criminals are like, we're saying nothing. We're giving out fake info like it's fucking candy, and everyone else is like, no. Full real information and associates just in case.
Here's my government ID.
Upon hearing that,
I also make Glib like a shade of indigo, so he's now darker. It's like minor illusion him to be darker.
I love that that's the fix for everything. Like my wanted poster isn't in black and white.
Like he's not, and also like he's not the only one of his species or altered species that's running around.
He's the only frogman in existence.
Upon hearing that Skeezville is royalty, Bodhi gives you a bow. I should also he bowed to SG Helen as well. It is, oh, well, lovely to have you here, sir. I hope you get along well in whatever diplomacy you're here to conduct. And he continues taking you along the main street. You don't branch off. The main street seems to be the extent of this tour that he's taking you on.
Makes sense. I've run parades many times in my days.
Why the fuck did you run parades?
It was what we did every Saturday. Gotta keep entertaining.
I'm staring him in the empty fucking holes in his face, like
you are invisible to me at this point, Glib.
I know.
Actually could not tell.
I know. I'm staring at the empty holes in his face, like. Okay. All right. Just keep floating away.
Bodhi continues leading you down, unless, again, you can say anything or point out anything if you would like. But if not...
I'd actually like to, go up to, a random person and be like, hi, I'm touring this place. I'm Helen, Prince of Hell. I wanted to know where you eat, because when I go places, I like to eat where the locals eat, not where the tourists eat. So where do you eat?
The person kind of looks you up and down. They seem a little confused, but again, it might sort of just be because you're a tiefling, you're wearing crazy armor. This is not something that they usually get here. But they pause for a second and they go, well, if you're looking to eat somewhere, what sort of foods are you looking for? We have all sorts of things in Ragdus. Of course, we have many sorts of styles.
I mean, whatever, is the local cuisine of Ragdus. I mean, people say a lot about this place, and by a lot, I mean not very much. So I don't really know what you eat.
Momo, I want you to know that I, as Panda, viscerally hate this character with my entire soul. This is driving me
I've been doing
insane.
a good job.
So
Helen is supposed to be super annoying.
Mission accomplished. Mission solidly accomplished. The random citizen, we should also note, is dressed, very ornately for a random person, but everyone also kind of is. And a person points a restaurant on, a couple doors down, like maybe a block down or so. Goes, oh, well, that's where I always eat. Our cuisine is lovely there. I do hope you enjoy.
Can I roll inside to see if this guy is bullshitting me? That is a 15.
15? It seems genuine. The guy does seem like a little weirded out by you, but again, you don't know, like, they don't get outsiders here. That might be why. But the recommendation for the restaurant, at the very least, seems genuine.
Can I do an Arcana check on the city?
An Arcana check on the city? Sure.
That's a genius
I
idea.
want to feel if there's, like, something fucking fishy going on here. Everything seems perfectly fine for the ghost story city.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that turns up nothing, Panda, you saying that gave me chills because I'm like, what if he's onto something?
Okay, well, I got a low score, so 12.
Shit.
12. I mean, there's a general, like, there is magic in the city, but, like, nothing notable. I mean, like, there are probably magical items, like, on some people in some shops along the side, but, like, you don't get, like, it's not like everyone's being mind-controlled kind of thing that you can feel.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it's not like the first trip to the Chaos
off of
Realm
12,
or
all that
like
you can get is there. Yeah, there's like there's magic around, but you don't sense anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
For chat, I am playing the worst kind of tourist on purpose.
Yeah. If you're mad at
That's the point.
Yes.
Are we still being
guided? Yeah, Bodhi is taking.
Or...
It's a fairly long street. He's not going fast. He's showing you everything.
He's taking us straight to the court. Not court, but
yeah. You are sticking. The city is big. You are sticking to the main street. What did you say, Nikhil?
I want Skeezville to be queen waving to just everyone around.
Some people
even
wave,
if they're not looking.
Some people smile and wave back. Everyone seems very, very chill in general.
What was the guy's name again? Bodhi. Goodman's, while we're walking, gonna go, now, Bodhi, I gotta ask, how come I don't see a lot of people from this city coming out and traveling around, Rift Reach?
Sir, of course, the tragedy from a while ago that sort of cut us off from the rest of the realm. There are ways in and out, but of course, I mean, look around. Ragdus is a beautiful place. None of us really want to go too far.
I mean, neither would I if I lived here. I mean, you got everything. Food.
And the people are so nice. Like, they're treating us like we're celebrities. It's crazy.
Well, you are royalty, madam. We want to treat you with the respect you deserve.
Well, actually, I'm a sir, but thank you.
Okay, I assumed from Helen, but we'll say Bodhi assumed. Bodhi is the problem in this scenario. So, my sincerest apologies, sir.
Hey, don't let it happen again.
Bodhi seems genuinely apologetic.
Sorry, Prince.
As he's apologizing, Glib goes, no, seriously, don't.
I got so much Karen energy from Helen that's just what my brain jumped to. But
that's fair and valid, but
Bodhi again, because I'm terribly sorry. Don't, kind of starts like just blabbering a little bit. Seems again apologetic.
Take us to the royals.
So again, if no one else wants to do anything, you're going to the palace.
Yeah,
straight to the palace. So at the palace, there are a couple other guards. Bodhi kind of gestures for you to stay where you are for a moment. He sort of jogs ahead and goes and says something to the other guards, who then turn to you, give a very elaborate kind of over the top bow, and open the gates into the palace. Now, it doesn't open directly into a throne room, but Bodhi leads you in. He goes, if we were wanting an audience with the king and queen, that might take a few moments. I mean, I don't think they have any appointments, but of course we need to check, make sure everything is all right. So you're welcome to wait here, and I will go arrange that for you right away.
And then... Can I... Oh, sorry, no.
I was going to say, if you didn't say anything else, he jogs off.
No, I'm not saying anything to him. After he leaves, I'm going to call out Blob and be like, can you give this place one more scan? I know there wasn't any Godforce here when we first started, but this place is giving me bad vibes.
Blob looks unsettled as, the rest of you do, and kind of scans around and goes, it's like the scan originally said. I'm not getting anything here.
I'm trying to figure out what that implies. Like, I literally
Something has
know Godforce
cut it
energy
off,
at
I
all.
guess.
What does that
Hmm.
mean?
You could say nothing here.
I don't like that.
Whoa.
Don't say that.
Whoa. Whoa, why do you do that? I didn't hear that. Nor would I know what that means if I
I'd
did.
forget this if I were you.
So yeah.
Yeah, I would assume unless you're again, you
Yeah.
are free to do.
I
kind of
don't
what you
have
want here.
anything. I'm in the middle of panic mode where it's like, I don't know what to do here.
Is what is his name? Bodhi, is he still with us? Or did he leave us alone?
Bodhi jogged off to presumably like prepare the king and queen, like make sure that everything is good for your audience. But that's the extent of what you're not alone. There are some guards in the room. Again, you're, in the palace, you're strangers. Regardless of how welcoming they are, they have not just left you alone. But
Okay. I do give Blob scritches, and I say in Blob's mind, like, it is me. Don't worry about the different appearance, but it is still me.
He kind of like he seems a little put off by this place, but accepts the scritches as he usually does. But are you guys just kind of waiting for the audience? Cool. So a couple.
Currently, yeah.
I guess I should. There's like really big ornate doors at the back of the room. Presumably, this is like it is a waiting room for the king and queen. So after a couple moments, you hear these very loud, very triumphant trumpets kind of ring out from behind the door. And with a large flourish, they open, and Bodhi's standing there in the center. And kind of goes, presenting King Romulus and Queen Ramira Ragdan of Ragdus. He puts on like this big fake, fancy voice for it. And you can see at the back of the room are two people sort of sitting in this raised platform on two thrones. And I guess I should note, because people are going to ask, neither of them, the thrones seem notably magical. But the people that are sitting in there are very odd. They do seem human, but they've got like very elaborate makeup, like really, really, really fancy clothing, like a caricature of royalty as they sit there. And just sort of, seem to wait for you to approach.
Hello! I'm Skeezable, Scrax, the 19th king of everything. I assume you are either my family or usurpers. What's going on?
Oh boy, you're coming out swinging. Okay.
God damn it. Why did we have to bring him?
They do not seem to be actively related to Skeezville, I should point out. They are not the same species. But they the king kind of gives like a good nature. Actually, are you like trying to do an intimidate, or is that just your opener?
No, that's my go-to.
Okay, that's your go-to. Hello.
/Jen.
King Romulus kind of lets out a hearty chuckle at that. And I guess as you can get closer to them, I assume you're approaching, you can see again, despite like you can't really get an idea of like their bodies because their clothing is so like weird and over the top, like avant-garde fancy. But King Romulus kind of chuckles and goes, "Oh, this one's got jokes. I like you. Skeezvole, was it?"
I can guarantee he's not joking.
I'm not joking. However, I've never been to this part of my realm before, so maybe it's like a feudal system? I don't know. Anyway.
Well, well, you must forgive my court jester. I keep him around for laughs. Hi, Helen, Prince of Hell. I'm sure you've heard of me. And as I introduce myself, I kind of like bow, sort of, and I point my finger at Romulus, and I cast True Strike.
Okay, what is that? That's the basically determining weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
You don't really. Does that have? I forget. Does that have any sort of role to it, or do you just do it? I always forget.
You just do it.
You get sort of a weird vibe from Romulus, but not anything like crazy. That's really all I have to like. You don't. He's not like a demon. He's not any sort of like. It's just like something's definitely weird with Romulus, but that's pretty much all that you can gain off of it. No immediate and notable weaknesses jump out at you. Though I will say, you notice sort of an absence. I'll say that. There is an absence of Godforce that sort of permeates everything in this area, that blob sense. And as you scan Romulus, you can kind of sense that same absence. But then, as you guys are entering, bowing, the king kind of like gives you like a little, not huge bow because he's the king. King kind of gives you a bow. Ramira does the same thing, and then Ramira speaks up. What's brought you to our fine city today?
I mean, tourism. I mean, I like to see all the wonderful sights that our wonderful continent of Vontrol has to offer. I don't get to see a lot of things like this in Hell because, it's kind of just like one place. I know there's many different layers to it, but it's not the same as this like wide flat area you have here.
I said, well, our city is quite beautiful. Our tourism is an industry I would love to see some more people come and support, but I'm so glad that you decided to come today.
Yeah, it's just very different from what I've been hearing. It's like, the way people describe it's very bleak and sad and dreary, but it's like a really lovely place you have here.
Even as Helen, SG's got no chill.
Romulus kind of grumbles at that. Not really.
My shirt says no chill.
Romulus kind of grumbles at that. Like, you see him cross his arms. He doesn't seem to be mad at you, though. He's just kind of like, oh, well, if people are getting the right, it does pain me to hear that people are spreading such terrible rumors about our city, but I'm glad that you saw right through them.
Of course. I have to bring my kind of posse with me. So this is a good bit. He probably has a couple things he wants to do with you. Maybe start some trade routes. Of course, you met the court jester, and then this is. I just point to Glib.
Laurentia Murphy.
Introduce yourself.
How's it going? I'm the monk. I'm here to pray and shit.
The king and queen give you again their little like sort of respectful acknowledgments. And then Ramiro speaks again and says, well, if you're here to see any sort of the religious sites around the city, of course we have many shrines. We are along the main street, you probably passed a few, and that is true. Bodhi did direct you to a couple like churches of various kind of nebulous things. They don't seem to like have a centralized religion as much as they are here to like accommodate. And then, that's kind of what she just directs you to that.
Okay. She directed me. Is there to a shrine? Is there anything in there, or is it just what the guy pointed me out before?
She basically like said in the very polite, very fancy way, like, "Oh, you passed some. Go look at those."
Yeah, about that. You do to the door. There was a big one in here, and that's the one I was really interested in that I'd heard of.
Oh, a big one in the palace. Yes, we do have that, but that's a bit more private. You'll understand. She kind of shoots a look at Bodhi, who kind of like bows and goes, I'm sorry, my queen, I forgot that was not necessarily open to outsiders.
Well, surely you can show me. Like, I mean,
we are visiting royalty, so
yeah.
It's only customary, isn't it?
The king and queen kind of like look at each other and think for a second and go, well, before Romulus speaks, well, I'm sure we might be able to arrange something once we get to know you, of course. It's been so long since we've had visiting royalty. In fact, you know what would be fun? And he kind of very dramatically stands up from his throne and like throws his arms out and in a loud booming voice announces to everyone in the courtroom,
I don't like this.
I declare a feast! We shall celebrate our guests tonight with a grand party. And then Ramiro kind of like
mentally... I'm going to mentally talk to SG and be like, so they're avoiding us, right? They're avoiding us getting closer.
Very annoying. Ugh. I hate these people. Can you just bring us to what we need so we can get out of here?
I'm going to very loudly be like, that sounds amazing. And I can't wait to eat what I could probably guess is really great food, judging by everybody's blank faces and great expressions. But I actually have a couple.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have a religious ceremony that I really need to perform by the next couple of hours, and I was assuming that I was going to be able to use the royal shrine as I should be allowed to, seeing as I am the royal monk. So it's more of a time-sensitive matter than actually taking dinner first.
Again, the king and queen kind of consult with each other, and then sort of turn back to you. Romulus with like a little bit more like maybe like an apologetic tone, like this is not in an intimidating way. The guy goes, well, you understand, it's not exactly allowed for us to. It's a thing with our own personal. We can't really allow outsiders in there. It's you understand. As a monk, you're surely familiar with religious ceremonies. And again, he does seem genuinely apologetic for this.
That is actually why I need your shrine, is because I'm fairly aware of religious ceremonies, and your people don't really seem to have a centralized religion in which you would be denying me this access.
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Fuck. 15.
Oh, that's actually good enough. You get the sense that like someone has clearly lied to you in this scenario, but you're not really sure why. But again, Romulus just kind of like feeds you the same sort of line of like we just sort of a nebulous we can't.
Is there some religious leader that I can speak to that's actually in charge? Because currently you two seem to be giving me the same answers, and I'd really like to speak with someone who's more on my level.
Again, once the king and queen look at each other, before Ramira claps a couple times, and out of the sort of like behind, there's some doors behind their thrones. A minute passes, and then a man comes out, again dressed sort of in the same sort of opulent style, and steps down to you and just kind of like nods at the king and queen. Doesn't say anything.
Hi.
Hello.
Who are you?
My name is Ezekiel.
And you are?
I'm the sort of court scholar, if you will.
And can you tell me why I'm not allowed to use the royal shrine?
He kind of glances around at everybody, and like the king and queen kind of like give him a curt nod before he turns back to you and goes, if you would like to speak with me in private, it is something that we can manage.
That is exactly what I would want. And I turn to SG and Goodbin and just kind of, I mentally am just like, if I don't come back in 2 hours, torch this place to the fucking ground.
Click with my little pocket watch.
Yeah, I'm like,
I just like talked to Goodman and said like 2 hours. He's gonna be very long dead before we can get to him if they kill him immediately.
I don't need immediacy. I can handle it. Just that means that bad shit's going down if they don't give me back.
So, after this is I'm assuming not Glib, you're going with him. He kind of leads you off. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll get to that in a second. But
Absolutely.
after they leave, the king and queen's expressions very quickly snap back to this smile, right? And after they have left the room, the king immediately back to his very kind of joyful expression goes, well, now that that's taken care of, you're all in for the feast, yes?
I look to Goodbid.
I would love to discuss potential opportunities between His Royal Highness and your royal court over delicious gourmet.
Excellent! And he claps. Several servants kind of at his command seemingly run off, presumably to prep the feast. Now let's cut over to Glib's little side thing with Ezekiel. He takes you into a chamber that's kind of, a hallway or two down from the main room, still in the palace. It seems to be like his sort of, like office of some kind. He sits there and goes, what do you need to know?
Well, I'd like to be able to use the royal shrine for religious purposes, and I've been actively denied by the two people that should be in charge of that. So, I'd really love to hear the reasoning as to why.
You'll understand in a moment, surely. Can I just ask you? And then he starts like firing off basically a quiz, trying to see if you are actually some sort of monk. So you're going to need to roll a religion check for that. I'm not going to come up with the actual quiz questions, but
Pray for me here. But 17.
Okay, you know
Okay,
what? 17
okay.
is actually fine. 17 is good. He kind of he nods. Of course, you'll understand. Like I said, you'll understand in a moment. Ragdus, while we don't have an official centralized religion, we do have a culture heavily based around. I'm aware about how bad this sounds. Our culture is heavily based around secrecy, and letting people into the temple is not something that we traditionally do.
Right, but letting 5 people, 2 of them claiming to be royalty, into the royal palace off of a single word, that fits with the secrecy, right?
He actually just nods. He just gives you like a nod. He's like, "Yep."
Glib's gonna start looking around. He's noticed that this dude's gonna just keep telling him no, so he's starting to look around where he is.
You look around. Ezekiel seems to just sort of be like the scholar. He's presumably some sort of wizard from looking around at his crap. He's got a lot of stuff in here. You can't really get a good... I mean, you can do an investigation check, I guess, if you want. But you can't get a great bead on, like, specifics because he seems to just sort of handle everything.
Okay. I'm gonna look at him again and be like, okay. Let's say we don't actually want to go to the shrine. Or let's say eventually we're gonna take me there. Can you at least tell me where in the building it is?
Can I ask first why you would like to go to our shrine specifically? Look,
Well, I'm starting to believe that you don't actually have one.
Look, I'm aware that the facade that Ragdus puts on can be quite overwhelming, and I assure you it's just the way people are here.
Unsettling is the word for
It's
it.
the way people are here. They're all very welcoming on the surface. I want everyone to think that we're doing fantastic. And I will not put up with that in closed quarters like this. But I do need to know why.
Because I'm thinking that you're lying, the same way I think that your king and queen are lying, and the same way that I think everyone in this goddamn town is lying. And I do want that to be an intimidation roll.
Go for it.
That's gonna be a 19.
19? Actually, you know what? That was a specific... I don't even need to roll for that. That was a specific enough thing that you said. He does not look scared. And kind of just... His expression changes a bit, though, and he sort of just dead-eyed stares you, and he goes, Ragdus is full of lies. That's nothing new. But they don't concern you. You're under no threat. Just get your business done and get out.
That's the thing. My business does concern that shrine, so if you're not going to let me get in there, I'm going to have to rain the heavens down upon you. But
He sits back at his chair and goes, no one comes to this city for a reason. It's creepy. I get that it's creepy. Clearly, if you're here for some sort of purpose, and I want you out just so I don't have to deal with you anymore. If you could just tell me what you have to do with the shrine.
I'm gonna lean in and go, there are 5 gods in this temple. You have no gods. And I want to know why.
He... Roll an insight check.
Okay. Fuck. That's a 10.
Okay. He sits back and goes, I can't give you access to the primary shrine. That's not something I can do. But there are others of a similar nature if you have to investigate them. And he slowly pulls out a scroll and starts sort of writing directions down. He goes, go, investigate, and get out. And he slides it across the table to you. It seems to be, directions to another shrine somewhere in the city.
I don't think you understand what I'm asking here. And I just put it in my bag. I still pocket it, but I don't even look at it. He slides it over and I just pick it up, don't even look at it, and put it in my pocket and go, I'm gonna ask one more time before I call everyone else in here. Where's the shrine?
I guess roll another intimidation check, actually.
Okay. $17.
17. It's a nat 20.
Oh,
Ezekiel
shit!
leans into you again and goes, I don't know your name. I don't know who you are. I have no desire to know any of these things. But in this situation, I want you to know that I know more about what's going on than you do. And you should leave before you cause problems.
A smile crosses Glib's face, and he leans in and goes, My name's Glib. I'm the god of death. And you just made the worst enemy you've ever known.
He, again, seems totally unfit. He actually, chuckles. And he goes, God of death, you're late. And then sits back in his chair, silent.
This dude hates his job.
Am I still mentally enough connected to SG? Are they close enough?
Probably.
Okay. I'm talking to them, not out loud, just mentally. I'm just gonna go burn it.
The whole place?
Yes.
Already?
You're going all in already?
I'm going all in. Obviously, we are being lied to, and the guy just laughed in my face when I told him I'm a god of death. Obviously, something here is fucked.
I will burn it, but let me do something very quickly before I start. So I go to who is with us? The monarch.
So Romulus and Ramiro are there. Romulus is presumably just still kind of going on about how amazing this feast is going to be. He's talking about all.
Do
the
I
food.
know?
Bodhi is there, and there are various other guards.
I'm a pretty skilled criminal. Would I be able to size them up and be and know which one of these is the person that would know the most
You
information?
can insight check it.
My insight is not great. That's an 18.
18 is fine. So just sort of from the way that everyone is acting in the room, the king and queen kind of seem like they're figureheads, just from the fact that everything in this room is wildly ceremonial. But you're not really sure. Again, and I can say this now that Glib has said, all of the Ragdus that you've seen so far is a facade. Right? The purpose, you don't really know. You know they have value secrecy, but you don't know why. And the king and queen are the heads of they're the faces of the facade. They're, very... the fact that Romulus, proposed a feast almost immediately. They're here for that. And you don't get the sense that anyone in this room... everyone in this room, including Bodhi, has genuinely believed everything they have told you so far. As best you can tell.
Okay. Then I just say, I'm so sorry, I must excuse myself. I have a lot of dietary restrictions, and my monk actually has most of my medications. I'll be right back. I just thought to go get it from him.
Did you drop the accent?
Yes, you did. Yeah, that's one that I'm gonna say. Let me do some rolls for that. Okay, Bodhi. No one seems to react to the accent being dropped immediately. Mm-hmm. Bodhi pipes up, though. He goes, let me accompany you, sir.
It's of course.
And then he...
Overcorrection? Oh, shit!
Yeah, he follows you to wherever you're going.
Do we have any idea where my... companion has gone, my monk?
Oh, I believe I know where he was taken. Yes, we can take you to the same chamber.
Of course, thank you.
And he starts leading you to... I mean, you don't know, but it seems to be from where Glib left, the same direction that Ezekiel went.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just
you guys can go with her if you want, but...
I feel like that'd be suspicious.
Okay, so the party has been split into three groups. But I will say...
So wait, now is it me and Skeezville?
You and Skeezville, Glib is with Ezekiel, SG is with Bodhi. And again, Bodhi is leading... He does seem to be leading you in the same direction that Glib went, so if you want to do anything, do that, or he's going to take you there.
As they walk away, you just hear Goodbid go, "So have you heard of Mr. Goodbid's lemon lime juice pouches?"
Romulus at this, you see as you're leaving, Romulus like leans in, goes, "Ooh, I would love to know more," and then we'll assume that's sort of the cutoff. So yeah, SG, are you just getting taken to the same thing, or are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he leads you to the chamber, and like I guess right to time it out, right after Ezekiel says his scary thing, and Glib says burn it a minute after. There's a knock on the door, and Ezekiel kind of snaps back up and goes, "Come in," and Bodhi opens the door and lets SG in.
Did I hear that message as well from Glib, or was it just SG?
That would be a question for
I don't know how that
I transmit the message to everyone.
Okay.
If you've ever seen Young Justice,
I'm gonna
think Miss Martian connecting everybody through mental powers.
I'm gonna snap SG a bardic inspiration before she gets out of my sight, just in case. So you have a plus D10 to something, anything.
Okay. And I say, hi, sorry to interrupt. But I think you have my meds. And then I introduce myself to Ezekiel. I say, "Hi, I'm Helen, Prince of Hell. I'm sure you've heard of me. It's a big deal."
Ezekiel introduces himself again. All the pretense of like intimidation.
I go into his thoughts because I go into his thoughts. I cast detect thoughts on him.
This
again,
entire
is there a
time.
roll for that? I don't remember. Is there a saving throw for that?
There definitely is, and oh my gosh, detect thoughts.
It's a saving throw if you probe deeper, but not if you're just.
Surface level thoughts.
I don't know if the dude that led SG in here would notice, but Glib is very obviously, for one, standing in death glaring.
He walked into the
Ezekiel
middle of
entire
something.
Time.
If Bodhi notices anything, he does not say
a moment.
anything about it. Are you doing the surface level thoughts that you gain? Despite Ezekiel like smiling and shaking your hand and kind of doing the standard Ragdus greeting, you get the sense in his head of like, oh, not another one.
Yeah. I probe deeper, and that's going to be a wisdom saving throw.
What's the saving throw number?
Would it be my spell save?
Yes,
my save DC is 17.
You do actually get in deeper. So what is the?
I'm looking for where this shrine is.
Where the shrine is. Again, he kind of like the shrine that is in the forefront of his mind right now is the one that he told Glib to go to. The sense that you get is he very much is just like, get to the shrine, do what you need to, leave.
Not that shrine though. Get to other shrines.
Well,
get to
again,
this
the
shrine.
The shrine that he, I guess, since you can kind of get his intentions, like, it does seem like the shrine that he pointed Glib to is like the same sort of purpose. He did not seem to be misleading Glib in any way. And actually, you get kind of a sense of like, sort of like, oh God, please let this be quick. Like, have them go, have them do their business in this other thing, have them leave. That's kind of going on repeat through his head of like, they go, they do their business, they leave. They go, they do their business, they leave.
I feel like we're watching a puppet show.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that.
This dude is just like watching us, and he's like, "You're not supposed to be here. We got our own thing. I just need you to please leave, and I can save you." And he's like, "Fuck you, dude."
I just say, "It was so great to meet you. It seems like, oh my gosh, my monk totally forgot my meds in our like carriage. So it seems like we're gonna have to go out there." And I just say this to Bodhi.
Bodhi again kind of goes, "If you need to go anywhere in the city, madam, I'm happy to guide you."
Yeah, I think I actually know how to get back because I have a really good sense of direction.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm happy to go along. That's my job, of course. I can tell you about any interesting sights in the city if you would like to know as we pass.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, Bodhi. You're being a lot right now.
He kind of he sort of bows and goes, "I'm deeply sorry, sir, but again, it is sort of protocol that you're supposed to be accompanied."
Okay. Well, can you get my other companions then, so we can all go together?
Yes, he kind of gestures for you to like come with him.
Yes. Okay, I can't be seen without my posse. Like it'd be humiliating.
Yeah, he gestures for you to sort of come along. Are you guys both going?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
still I'm staring Ezekiel down for a second, but then I just kind of backstep with SG and start walking out.
Actually, as you leave, you get a sort of, I get which message would be the sort of short range equivalent in your head, Glib, from Ezekiel.
Okay.
He goes, I'm not trying to hurt you here. I'm trying to help you get out of a bad situation that I've been stuck in for too long.
Am I able to respond?
Yeah, you can respond.
You don't know who you're talking to. We don't need help. And
as you leave, like as you're walking down the hallway, gone, you hear the first kind of like, Ezekiel's been pretty resistant to your intimidations. The first sign of worry, as in like a slightly pleading tone in the message. He goes, "Just don't make it any worse." And that's the last thing you hear from him as you walk away.
I don't know what any of that's supposed to mean. That means nothing.
So, are you going to... So, Bodhi takes you all out. Good Bid has been giving Romulus his sales pitch. Romulus, who seems to very much like food, has been listening intently the whole time. Good Bid gets the idea that he definitely has some sort of intent to purchase if that's going to be an option later.
Yes.
But you guys leave. Though, again, Romulus is very insistent that you return at a later time for the feast, which is scheduled. He gives you the time for that. And Bodhi takes you out of the palace. So, where are you going now?
I'm gonna see if I can you know what? Does anyone have a sleep anything just to get this guy off of our back?
Get this guy off?
I have
Do we have
enthrall person.
anything?
I can control him.
Whoa.
Hold on.
The best I could do is charm person or just go invisible myself.
I have enthrall. You weave
What's
a
enthrall
distracting string of words causing creatures of your choice that you can see within range and that can hear you to make a wisdom saving throw. Any creatures that can't be charmed succeeds on the saving throw, and if your companions are fighting a creature, it has advantage on the save. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on perception checks made to perceive any creature other than you until the... Alright, so...
The focus on me spell. I remember this one,
Yeah.
I also have Dissonant Whispers, where I could just cast it and he has to run as far away from me as possible.
You got options.
Do you really want to scare the shit out of this dude right before we try and walk back in?
I love how many people are theorizing in the chat. That means I'm doing my horror a little bit right.
Oh, man.
Time to save us, yada yada yada. I feel like... I don't feel good.
I don't feel good either.
I don't feel good. I feel like I said, we're watching a puppet show, which brings into question who's controlling the puppets.
I guess... Oh, shoot.
There's literally a moment that you can see when Glib is talking to Ezekiel where like it clicks for me and I'm like... and it's like she knows!
I guess I'll try the Dissonant Whispers thing.
So remind me what that does. You read off like 4 spell descriptions.
It's a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they take 3d6 psychic damage and must use its reaction, or I guess in this case, since we're not in combat, they just have to run as far away from me as possible.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Interesting.
How do we not have Dispel Magic? We're bad we're bad magicians.
We are. That is...
Terrible spell.
I feel like that's kind of the vibe.
How many people are in our party right now?
4.
Me.
5 if you're counting Bodhi as like
SG.
people around you, but 4 if you're for you guys.
Let me do some math real quick. I might be able to do something.
What math? It's 4.
It's hard math. Give me a second. You cast this at 3rd level or higher. You can target 1 additional creature for each. Okay. So I could do.
Oh shit! this guy's like immune to like things that affect
I'm gonna
your
tell you.
wisdom.
You told me your wisdom saving throw like a minute ago.
Okay.
I'm not
You
going
get
to
that?
confirm nor deny whether he was autoimmune or there was nothing happened. That's all I'm telling you. I'm keeping the exact reason secret because horror mystery. So don't. I
would
should
like
have clarified.
to-
I did not just say he was immune. I said nothing happened, and he could be. He could have passed.
I would like to say, Bodhi, what can you tell me about the history of this building right over here?
And you're just pointing to a random. This is a distraction. I'm assuming. So yeah, he starts rattling
Yeah.
off his
Random
tour
building.
guide
I wanted to look away.
bit.
Is it a random building
as you-
looking away from us, or is it?
Okay.
Yes, looking away from us.
Okay.
And as soon as he turns around, I cast invisibility as a 5th level, so we all go
Great.
invisible.
Okay. I guess I should perception check to see if he notices you leaving. Okay. You know what? Sure. So are you guys? I'm assuming running off to Glib's map. Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
So you guys run off to Glib's.
And we have this
You
for
run
up to an hour.
off to Glib's map, or in the direction of Glib's map. After a moment, you kind of hear Bodhi in the background stop talking, and look around for you. And then he sort of just starts like talking to the air, like you can tell he's not directing it at you. He's just directing it for some sort of video. He goes, "Oh, no, sirs, and so don't go off the path, sirs, don't go off the path, don't go off the path." And then with genuine fear, he screams, "Don't go off the path!" And everyone on the street snaps to look at him with equal fear as you leave.
Too bad nobody's there anymore.
Mm.
And again, that was
We're out of
genuine fear as he runs away.
Yeah, we're gonna get
Now,
to the bottom of this.
so
This better not mess
definitely
up my
Everyone's
business
saying
deal.
fairy rules, maybe a little bit. We'll see. And you're running away, so you don't get that last piece of info. Haha. But
Okay. I'm going to say it's probably a good idea for us to get above the city, so I'm going to offer for everyone to hop on Stick so we can
okay.
float above
Can
the
we all
city.
fit
I'm
on
so
Stick?
sorry. I had to run real quick. What monstrous things happened to us?
Oh, what?
Actually, nothing much.
What's the
Yeah, what
last
was the
thing
last
you
thing you heard?
remember?
I think it was SG had arrived to see the good bid, not good bid, Glib, and then the guy was like, "Go, leave
Okay.
now."
They're out. They went back out onto
Okay,
the main street and are
we-
now booking it from Bodhi.
We're also
Yeah,
all
basically
invisible.
they escaped
Yeah.
the tour guide and are now going off path. So I'll describe it. Yeah, okay. So you run down an alleyway, which, while pretty well disguised, is the place that you were supposed to go. And again, the main street of Ragdus, it looks like a facade, like kind of Disney World-esque, designed for immersion. But as you run down this, you kind of quickly enter what seems to be like another main street that is at a slight angle. And weirdly, it looks very similar to the first one, but looking around, it's like slightly less fancy. It's still quite fancy, but a little bit less. There's still people walking around. And at this point, we'll say you get on Stick and you fly upwards, and then you can see the structure of the city itself, which is the city is arranged in like kind of a starburst shape, where it's a lot of main streets that all center towards the castle in the center. But as you can see, in sort of the pattern of Ragdus's secrecy and facades, every degree of main street, they're all basically the same, but they are less and less fancy. They get more poor the farther you go around to the back of the city.
Okay.
But again, each one is designed as a facade so that you can't really see the others from at any given point. Whenever you are in Ragdus, you can see the main street that you are on, and that is as if it's the whole place.
Okay.
Now, there are still people kind of walking around, but again, as you go through, there's less and less. You are just following the directions on Stick best you can from the air.
I'd say yeah.
So eventually, as you go through, you go to one of the sort of side streets of the city. And you land Stick in front of the directions get very specific. Like you kind of get the vibe. This is sort of like a thieves guild kind of thing where there's like specific symbols that you're supposed to look for to track things that are too small for you to see from Stick. So you land on an empty street. And you can actually, everyone roll a perception check.
I'm afraid now. I feel like we've made such a big mistake.
That's a 6.
22.
Goodman got a 22. That's fine. You can tell there are people here. It's not abandoned. It's just none of them are like. While the main street of Ragdus was very popular, very bustling. There were people, out smiling, waving. There are people here. You can kind of tell from the street that the city is populated. There are people. There are people in the buildings that sort of like glance out at you as you walk by. But there's no one there except for, let's say, one man who clearly drunk. He's got an ale in his hand, just kind of like swaggering down the lane a couple blocks down from you. And that's, yeah. And you can follow the symbols to the thing if you want.
Yeah, I'd follow the symbols. There's one drunk dude, but I'm assuming that he's probably got the same view of the city, just from a different perspective. He's like, this place is a piece of shit because I'm in the bad district of it, but not in any way that would be helpful.
Are you
Last time we
invisible?
tried
You're
to
still
talk
invisible,
to
I would
him,
assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still
Yeah.
invisible, yeah.
It
would be like he's having a schizophrenic episode. that
So
he's trying to talk about.
This shit is really fucking good.
The man, you actually have to go past him. You hear him kind of like mumbling something as he just kind of wanders around. But you're able to find, if you don't interact with him, you're able to find sort of the building that you're supposed to go to, which looks kind of like a normal storefront. It looks like a closed store, basically.
And this is the shrine?
I think we're all looking at it like, I thought it'd be bigger.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
piece of
this
shit?
is
Yeah, it's not.
what the hell. I guess we go in, right?
You
I
open the
guess.
door and immediately notice that the inside of the building is very different from the outside. Again, keeping up the pattern of Ragdus's facades. Inside leads you down a surprisingly ornate hallway that looks more like the upper sort of, not upper, but the more fancy layers of the city. And it takes you kind of back down past the storefront and kind of get the sense that like whatever the structure is, it's contained in the middle of two of the main streets. Walking through this hallway, you enter a large chamber that is clearly some sort of temple, shrine, something like that. And there's a big pedestal in the center with nothing on it.
That's not great. That's very not great. Can I walk up to the the pedestal and put my hand on it?
This is actually something I want to point out. I need everybody to make a stealth check if you were trying to get in stealth.
Shit.
Well, no, this is the thing. You opened a door
Well, we are
and walked
still
into
in
the
this-
building when there was a guy next
Yeah.
to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you?
I was trying to be
Okay,
stealthy.
make a stealth check.
I got a
God
9 on the
damn,
stealth
that's
A 9?
That's a
21.
26.
Okay, well, only
All across
Skeezable
the board.
did not pass this, but we'll get to that in a second. So, Glib, you go up and touch the shrine. You don't really feel anything.
Okay. That's
That might make sense.
yeah, I don't feel anything. Can I call Blob out and be like, do you feel any Godforce in here?
Blob gives
Even
you
with-
the sort of the same readout that he has been. There is an absence of everything in this town.
Can you feel Godforce on me, Goodbid, and SG?
Yes, but it's like it's muffled. Like something in the air is clogging it.
Could you?
Okay.
Are you able to sense like where that dullness is the thickest?
He kind of thinks
Like the
for a second.
densest.
He goes, "That's a good question. Not from here." As you guys are talking this, you hear the door slam open behind you, and it's kind of slurred voice, presumably.
Before
the
you
guy-
continue talking, I'm gonna get ready to fight immediately.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm prepping Eldritch Blast the second I hear that happen.
The drunk man from outside kind of like stumbles and he goes, "Hey, who's in here? Saw door open."
I mean, keep quiet. I'm gonna Yeah, we're still invisible. I'm gonna keep trying to be stealth.
He kind of walks in, shambles into the main center of the room and goes, I'm not gonna hurt you, it's nice to talk to somebody here. He sort of looks around.
I'm gonna look at everyone. Like, what are we doing? Are we...
To each other?
I think if we fight, we lose our invisibility, so we should.
I don't think we should fight him. I'm just like, he wants to talk to someone. What are we doing here? Are we just gonna let him leave, or are we just gonna stay invisible?
I think if anyone talks, it has to be only one person because he does not know that there's multiple people in here. Only
as
one.
you're debating this, he kind of speaks again. He goes, "Come on, there's nobody talks down here."
I don't know how the logistics of invisibility works. I don't know if we all become uninvisible.
I think it's
or
individual.
if only one of us.
I think it is. I think if
Is
your
it
concentration
individual?
breaks, that would end it for everybody. But if you want to end it on yourself and keep it up on others, I think that's fine.
Can I swoop up? All right, before we go diplomatic, Glib is still extremely touchy. Can I swoop up behind the guy and hand over the mouth and one hand over the back of the head? He's still invisible,
Yeah.
but just all of a sudden someone is muffling him. And just go, we can talk if you don't attack us.
He starts like flailing around and trying to grab at you. Not like
still
in the sense of an invisible guy just grabbed him, but he's not being aggressive. He's drunk. He's not very effective at getting out, but he kind of like goes, I'm not gonna hurt you. Said.
Okay. And I let go of him. Can I mentally signal for Nathan to uninvisible me?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Can I
passed the
signal
message along.
Can I signal for Nathan to uninvisible me and SG to make me look like human Glib?
Ooh.
So I don't
Yeah, I can
out of this guy.
that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Minor illusion.
yeah, just big. All right. Hi.
So you just kind of he sort of jumps back at you, popping out of nowhere.
Which, by the way, I want it noted. I physically grabbed him, so that means he can feel the slimy four-fingered hand of Glib hold him, and then when he turns back around, it's a guy.
That is
it's
very
just
true.
a normal dude.
About that too. Are you like hanging off of him, or are you?
Initially, I'm assuming that he could feel my feet in his back because I'm like grabbing onto him and just holding his head to make sure that he can't see me.
Yeah.
And then after that, I let go, and then now I'm behind him. He can see my feet on the ground. Obviously, something weird just happened. But I want to at least give the illusion of being human.
He kind of looks you up and down and goes, it's been a while. What brings you to the city, little friend?
We're trying to find the missing Godforce that's supposed to be here, and something seems to be turning it off.
It's a lot of words. I don't know what any of them mean.
Who would you happen to be, guy?
It's not important. Just sort of a guy. And again, I should point out that's him being drunk. It's not like he's being stupid. He's just kind of a drunk idiot at this point. Yeah.
Very drunk.
Your audio glitched out for a second. What'd you say?
Oh, how did you know how to get in here?
The door's not locked, buddy.
Do you know where you are?
Yes, it's the temple. This is the temple over here.
Ask him who the temple is to.
Who does this temple happen to be to?
I can't say that. I don't know it. It's a secret. Everything is secret. Everyone's a secret.
How do you know that?
He kind of looks you dead in the eye and goes, yeah, I know a lot of things here, but to be talking to the right man.
Okay. Tell me a few things then.
He like kind of puts his head. Well, actually, wait. You're not. It's an. He like.
I'm not real.
He tries to put his hands on your shoulders and just kind of like clips through, and then like stares for a second.
He clips through, and I like back up really quickly to try and make it look like I just avoided him, even though I obviously didn't.
He kind of like looks you up and down at that, and then chuckles and goes, I suppose it doesn't matter. I'm the only real one in the city anyway.
How do you mean?
I don't know. It's not the same as it was.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that I can figure out how to undrunk him.
He keeps talking. He goes, I tried to fix it years ago, but there ain't no fixing it, so I just went and I had an ale, and then I got another ale, and then I got another fucking ale, and now everyone's fucked and I'm here, but I got me ale.
All right, buddy. What were you before you started with the ale?
It doesn't really matter, does it? I'm just a guy, just a man, like I told you.
Let's say if it did matter. Let's say if we could do something about it.
Nothing matters.
Can you
here.
ask him if he's
It's always the
Ask him
same.
if he's Vaktan.
It's always the same, as everybody's fake.
Who's fake?
I just told you, little rats. Everybody.
Is the king and queen fake?
He laughs and kind of like looks down at his disheveled, obviously pork belly. He goes, "Do I fucking look like I've ever met the king and queen? Maybe they did it all. Maybe they're up in their fancy box, not knowing what's going on. I don't know."
Hold on. Is Blob invisible?
No.
Would Blob be invisible if I called him? Because he's not out yet. But...
No. He would be a different entity, so.
Shit, detect thoughts wouldn't even really work on him because he's drunk as fuck. His most present thoughts are drunk. Shit.
I feel like it would work even better if I don't know how wise this guy. Actually, I really feel like this would be Vaktan. He's just kind of hit rock bottom.
You are making quite the assumptions. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really want him to be someone cool.
Just for the sake of argument, friend, can you let me know what your name is?
My name is Nicholas.
Nicholas. Hi, Nicholas. I'm
Hello.
Lawrence.
Nice to meet you, Laurie.
That's not right, but
That's
we're gonna
close
work
enough.
with that. Can I hold out my real hand to shake it, kind of the same way that Dramaticus did, where there's a fake illusion?
Capacity, yeah.
Yeah,
Your hand feels weird, Laurie.
I get that a lot.
You spill something.
Yeah, it's sweaty palms. It's a factor of the job, sneaking around in shrines I shouldn't be in, right?
Kind of nods, and chuckles a little bit.
Tell me, the person that you buy your ale from too, are they fake too?
Mm-hmm.
But you still trust them with the ale that you buy?
There's not really much other place to get ale. Everybody's fake. Ale's not fake though. Hey.
That's true. That's fair.
You want some? Actually, no, it's mine. You can't have any.
I'm fine.
That's good, because I won't give you any.
Have my share.
What I would kill to have the spell magic.
Oh God. I'm desperately trying to figure out what the fuck I can use here. Can I do an Arcana check on him to see if he's magic in any
You
way?
can do an Arcana check.
That is a 22.
22. Getting in.
I did one too. It's a nat 20.
Oh, okay. Getting in close to Nicholas, you're in closer proximity. There's nobody else around. You're pretty isolated from the rest. There's definitely magic on this dude in some capacity. You can't really tell what, and there is still that weird absence of Godforce, but there is magic.
Gotcha. There's magic on him. Say,
what does
buddy.
this guy look like?
He is kind of just an unassuming guy. I don't really have a description of him. He's think average medieval town drunk kind of guy. He's I don't have a specific description of him other than that.
All right. Can I? Hey, say, buddy. Outside of the one that the king and queen are sitting on, obviously, there wouldn't happen to be any thrones around here, would there? Big chairs, fancy.
He
kind of give off a weird vibe.
He smiles really big. He goes, "Oh, you're looking for a throne? I've got a throne for you. It's the big one where I take my shits."
Mentally, I'm talking to SG, and I'm like, I'm getting real fucking tired of this.
I am also getting really tired of this, man.
Can I go? All right, enough of this shit. And can I ask SG to take off the illusion?
Yeah, I cancel. Whoop.
Okay. Whoop. Okay, buddy.
He like jumps back at you being a frog, and kind of like looks at his ale, and then looks back at you and he goes, "You didn't look like that a second ago."
No, I didn't. That's very fair.
You know you're frog.
You're gonna be real surprised by the next part, and I'm gonna ask, Goodbid to take the invisibility off of us. Okay.
Everybody's
Calm
here.
down. Calm down.
He looks around very kind of frantic. Just like, it's a lot. What is all who you guys?
We're here to figure out what's wrong with the city and try
I
and
told
fix
you
it.
everybody's fake.
I know that. You said that. We're gonna try and fix that.
There ain't no
And we
fixing it.
need- Okay. Why
Is
not?
it possible that he's the god of illusions?
Tell me why there's no fixing.
I tried. Everyone's fine except I don't know. Everyone's weird.
Can you elaborate on the weird
As
part?
the
Elaborate on the
people
weird.
want-
Elaborate on why can't you fix it?
I don't know.
Why? What happened when you
It's
tried?
not what the people, and then they were the same, but they were different. Everybody's different. No one talks to each other anymore. He just kind of keeps like rambling like this, kind of incoherently.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do detect thoughts on him and go as deep as I can.
It fails.
Oh, not again with this.
Of course it does. Of course it does. I don't think it does. I think this is something different. But does healing word sober you up?
I don't know. Yeah,
Well,
I'll check it.
Google it.
Hold on.
I'll do it.
Apparently, all this.
How come
drug
every
talk is
time
making my
Glib
blood
tries to
sugar go
be,
low.
every single time that Glib tries to be nice or try and solve something with words, it's a complete fucking dead end. Every single goddamn time.
Ugh.
You gotta sober this.
What'd
dude
you
up so
find?
we can get answers.
Yeah. Let's see here. There is no official rule for when someone's extremely intoxicated. Blah blah blah. Many DMs house rule something along the lines of, "Oh, that's not." I don't
Yeah, that's a
need
very helpful.
that.
I mean, you can. Here's what I was. You can
That's what
try
I
it.
thought.
You can try
People were
it.
gonna
We'll
say
see
it's-
what happens.
The one page I found was lesser restoration, the
Oh.
one you're looking for, but because it removes the
Okay.
condition.
I'm gonna say if there's an explicit spell that does do this, then I'm not gonna let healing word do it.
Yeah, lesser restoration. You touch a creature and can end a disease or
If there's
condition.
a
affecting
specific
it.
spell that is condition removal, I'm not gonna also give that to healing word.
Yeah, and then people argue that poisoned is drunk.
Yeah. No, I would say that alcohol counts as a
Because,
poison
you
condition.
know.
I'll give that. But
So never mind. I cast lightning bolt on a 6. No.
I'm gonna lick Jared. See if this helps.
you're gonna lick Jared.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Is Blob out right now? By the
I'm just
way.
gonna shout.
No, I have not let him out
Okay.
yet.
Regardless, I think this actually kind of counts. You take out Jared and you lick it. And when you lick Jared, all of you can feel a spike of Godforce. Now, you guys are not super attuned to it. Blood actually manifested this. you feel like
Okay.
a burst that kind of clears away the fog temporarily. Enough that Blob manifests on his own. Kind of goes, that was a chaos energy spike that you just did. I don't know what you did or how you did it. But looking at Nicholas, when you lick Jared, I guess I should see what happens first. Let me see if this is anything that affects.
Cast fireball.
Yeah, I should definitely check this first. All right, I'll just use a basic
Cast
wild
fireball
magic table.
centered on myself. Everyone in the room.
Bro. Aurelius got to be behind this, bro.
Let me find
Thank you.
We're literally in the chaos.
Oh, that's kind of
section
noted. For the next
the
minute,
city
you can only speak in a shouting volume. That's not something that affects this. Maybe if
Great.
you're trying to be subtle. When you do this, Nicholas freezes, like fully in place, like middle of his words, freezes, and you see a tear of black liquid fall from his eye.
Oh.
What the fuck was that?
As a moment later, he kind of starts moving again, but it's very jerky, and his speech goes, "Well, what did, ha?" And he's sort of just like trapped like that, just kind of frozen.
What the fuck is going on with him?
After
got
a
all
moment of this,
creepy.
you see more of the black liquid start to drain from his eyes and from his open mouth as well.
God, stop doing that!
And as this happens, from those sources, you see his skin start to fade away, disintegrating and revealing under it solid gold. And this spreads throughout his entire body, revealing that he is a golden golem, bleeding some sort of ichor out of his eyes and mouth, stuttering in place, totally just frozen and broken.
Okay.
Blob screams.
Yeah.
This small little being just like letting out the shrillest scream.
We can all only yell right
Why
now,
is-
right?
Only SG.
We're in, like,
I
only
can
SG.
only yell.
Oh, only SG. Okay, good.
What the fuck was that?
Eh.
Can we like? I'm gonna go up and like wave my hand in front of his eyes and be like, "Hey, buddy." Okay, he's a little
Jesus.
fucked at the
Uh,
moment.
Actually, I guess it would be a roll to hit. He missed. When you go to touch him, he shrieks and starts swiping at you frantically.
Whoa! Hey, dude! Jesus!
Oh my god.
And just keeps screeching.
Can I cast? I'm gonna cast Hold Person and see if it works.
Mm-hmm.
That is, Wisdom save of 16.
It automatically passes. It's a construct.
Shit. Okay.
I'm going to cast Shatter.
Now, Shatter, it auto fails.
Yeah. And that's a little bit of a big boy at a fourth level, just because I don't like this freaky shit that keeps happening.
He
to
said
us.
it auto fails.
Yeah, it
You
auto.
just said it was fail.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
like
oh
I
no,
can't
no. He
cast it,
fails
or,
his
like, he
save because
fails
it's a
the saving
construct.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, does Hold Person
Okay,
work then?
that's what I was tracking.
Oh wait, no, yeah, whole person works. I got really mixed up. Wait, no, constructs automatically succeed wisdom saving throws, right? It's constructs can't be affected by wisdom saves. Or by being
By
charmed.
being charmed, yeah.
Oh, is that a charming effect?
The charm.
Wisdom saves? No.
Okay. Well, no. Is
Are they?
a lot of charm effects use wisdom saves. I don't know if hold person is a charm effect.
This
No,
is true.
I don't think a wisdom save is considered
Okay.
a charm effect.
Well,
'cause-
no. A lot like they're not the same thing, but like Enthrall is a wisdom save. That's a charm. So is hold person also a charm effect?
It does not look like it.
Regardless,
Where would I
I
find
feel like
that?
it's going to be an irrelevancy in a second because good bid casts Shatter, and when good bid casts Shatter, the golden pieces that make up Nicholas's body explode, revealing that like his blood inside was this same sort of shimmering black substance, that is now covering you guys, covering the temple everywhere, is just this black ooze with shards of shining gold inside. He's obliterated.
I had it!
It was really weird, man.
God damn
I
it!
don't
He was
like
Can I
it.
do
Yeah.
Arcana on the
Anything.
black goo? Arcana check on the black
Just trying to get ahead of the
you can do Arcana
curve,
on
you
the black
know?
sludge, yes.
Any minute he was about to go freakazoid on us.
We don't know
Actually,
that.
at this point, Blob who's still out, is going to kind of like horrified, sort of scans what's going on and kind of processes everything. Goes, that has Godforce on it.
Goodman, did you just kill a god?
I don't
Well,
know,
maybe,
not
I don't
God,
know.
but whatever made this thing, and maybe everyone else in the city.
Well,
Fuck!
sounds like we have to kill some more people in the city to find out.
What I think we are overlooking is this incredible illusion that is in this place.
What we're overlooking is how terrifyingly powerful something needs to be to cast that illusion.
That is true. So this must be a very, very skilled illusionist, which means they have to be God-powered. Oh God.
Or they are one. I'm getting God rules over this shit with the immortal fucking king and queen who aren't saying anything and the fucking exploding Tin Man.
But everyone seems so scared. Everyone seems scared.
This isn't like
Oh
some
shit!
evil
We
film.
gotta get. We have to find curtain. It was a moving picture. The same picture with the add the oil to the Warforged to get moved. We need
We're
to
really-
find a secret area.
We're really holding on to the idea that this is just future.
This is just Wizard of Oz, which means we need to find the man behind the curtain.
Yeah. Okay. The only guy who seemed to know anything in this fucking town was the dude that I was trying to scare the shit out of, who apparently led us to exploding Goldo over there. So I guess we go back and talk to him. You ready to be Helen again?
I don't think I need to be Helen anymore. This is bullshit.
All right. What? Fuck it.
Actually, wait, hold on. Maybe I should still be Helen because I might impress this illusionist.
Glib and the gods of death are gonna roll in and fuck this place up otherwise. So
are you guys heading out of the room?
Yeah, I just want to say fuck you to Matt for taking advantage of the fact that none of us have dispel magic.
I'm using what resources I have as a DM. Anyway,
Exactly.
you guys leave the temple. There are actually a few people on the street now, kind of staring, confused, presumably drawn by the several loud noises that happened in there. They're all staring at you in horror, notably standing kind of separate from themselves.
I lick Jared again.
Okay, so as you come out of there,
we are all covered in black goo and glitter. And
as you
just
I'm actually gonna say, like, how quick are you licking Jared on sight? Because they're saying something when you get out there.
I let them speak and then I'll
Okay,
lick
okay,
Jared.
well that's gonna be a moot point then. So as they kind of stare at you, one of them kind of speaks out, like a man kind of and goes, "I knew it. I knew I was the only one. I knew there was no one else real in this city. Look, there's something happened to them." And he reaches out to you, just whoever's closest, and swipes his hand across the goo that was Nicholas, at which point he freezes, and his eyes start bleeding in much the same way.
So everyone thinks they're the only one.
Before,
Yeah.
again, shrieking, at which point the other people who are near, who look horrified, he swipes out and slashes some of the black goo across the one who is nearest to him, who starts crying at the realization that they are some sort of construct before falling to this same berserker fury as it begins to spread across.
guys, I think we might have fucked up. Guys, I
I don't think we fucked
really
up. I
have.
think it's good we're covered in this.
You think it's good we're covered in it? I point at the fucking giant group of people who are now screaming and crying, exploding all around us.
They're not exploding. They're not blowing up. That was good bit. They're going into the same berserker state. That
berserker crying golden state where it's this is good.
I think it's good because now when we come in contact with someone that is not a construct, we will know.
And
we know the only person who is not a construct.
On that horrifying note, I think that's a great time to end the session for the week. I will also relate back to something I said at the beginning of the session, which now has a lot more context that should horrify the absolute fuck out of everybody watching. The boss of this arc, whatever that may be, is the one that I explicitly designed with Dark Souls in mind. So you guys should be horrified. When I warned you I was going for a horror arc, I'm going for a horror arc.
Motherfucker.
Ragdus is scary.
I am not worried.
Yeah.
I'm not worried.
Yeah. Wait till you find out why. Anyway.
Poor Skis will just feel things on the ground starting to crawl and
people are saying why end it now like we haven't been going for 4 hours. Like this is already slightly longer than average.
Yeah.
You gotta wait till next week. Hopefully everyone's free for a session next week and we don't have to wait too. But yeah, that's gonna be episode 6. I hope everybody enjoyed until the end, at which point I hope you were all scared out of your fucking minds.
We're gonna have to wait 2 weeks because I'm not free this week.
Nathan!
Oh, hate to do it, but you can come see me live in LA.
Yes.
Okay, at least you have a good reason.
Yeah, I will say, I think everyone who was here for this session is gonna clear their schedules for in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
We can finish out the Ragdus, and there will be a session next week. I'll organize a breakpoint. But 2 weeks. You guys figure out what happens in Ragdus.
Now we have to decide if next week's breakpoints is going to be Glib Origin Part 2 or if it's going to be what happened in the city after we left.
I'll have a cool like cutscene end to this episode. As you guys as the people of the town start, screaming and crying and transforming, as you guys are booking it, like the camera sort of pans upwards to reveal at the top of one of the buildings basically a tourism billboard that says on it, "Visit Ragdus, the city reborn," and that's how we'll end this episode. So yeah. I'm very proud of this arc. This is one that I was excited for a while.
This is fun to play around in.
This is a good one.
Oh,
I was not expecting any part of this.
It's gonna get even cooler. I love the boss for this one so much. Anyway, but yeah, that's gonna be the session. Does anyone have anything to plug? As usual, I have something, but I'll let you guys go first.
Show in LA. That's it. I think it's the 18th.
You should go to the show and then yell at him for being there instead of the session.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just be screaming from the crowd. What happened to Goodbid? Where is he?
If I get shouted "Goodbid" at me in public, I might get
please,
short.
do it. Someone do it and record it, please. Someone do it and record it.
I'm gonna be at Rose City Comic-Con tomorrow.
Ooh.
In Portland. Other than that, I don't have a thing. I'm just gonna be there. But
nice.
Yeah.
Someone asked if we have a D&D after party on Discord. No, we do not. But we have one privately.
Yeah, we talk privately after. I'm usually on Discord at least a little bit. So if you want to ask me questions about the session on my Discord, you can. We have a stream chat going. If you have any questions about the session, put them in stream chat and I'll answer.
If we ever do a Patreon, we should have our post streams on Patreon.
But that's when we talk about secret stuff. I can't tell you. We can't have this, but that's where I say things.
That's why we put it on the Patreon. That's for the paying members.
Yeah.
Okay, before we do the show plug and stuff, I have one more thing to plug. That's a special thing. So most of you know Amy Wick and Demiurge in the chat, my chief mod and everything, and for a couple other servers as well. We are trying to promote her Etsy this week and for the next couple streams. because Amy got a new job like 2 months ago, and just as of like yesterday was let go from that job only for the reason that the boss, right after hiring a new position, decided that they didn't actually need that position anymore. So she got fired So she got fired for no reason whatsoever. And if you want to support her, she makes patches of a lot of nerd stuff on her Etsy. That link is in chat if you want to help her out. We would all really appreciate it because Amy's fantastic. So go check that out if you want to get some cool patches and can help her out. As for show stuff, we will have a session next week. It will not be a Ragdus Part 2. Sorry. We'll do a Breakpoints. I will figure out what it is. And I will announce it when I know. We are available on YouTube, and we are available on all podcasting platforms. Those should be somewhere up in the chat if you scroll. Yeah. If you go to our Anchor page, which is the Spotify link, it will take you to a support page. You can support us if you like. That would be appreciated. But the episodes are free. If you click through that support page, you can access them for free. So don't feel pressured to. We also have merch.
Oh, also the Spotify question.
Oh yeah. Here, go ahead and do that now because that's tied into podcast.
Oh yeah. If you have a Spotify account and listen to our podcast on Spotify, I am going to start this thing where I have a weekly question when our new podcast comes out. This week's question is, what do you think Glib's name is? His actual name is. So you can not subscribe. You don't have to subscribe or anything. But if you go to our Spotify and you go to episode 5, I believe,
5
which
was the last one that was posted.
Rangers of Power.
6, so
the Rangers of Power featuring Glib. You can answer the question, and then I will read out your responses. If you want me to say your username, please let me know. I don't want to accidentally read it out, and you did not want me to. So just like express consent in your response.
Also, let me actually see if I got this. Account of a Fool, you've probably heard us mention him a lot. He does these really good comics for the show, like the good moments. There was a portfolio collection of them, but I don't know if he is here. Let me see if I can find. Where did I put it? Did I put it in communications? Okay, there was a file like portfolio of those if you want to look through all of them. The sharing permissions are not enabled though. I messaged you on Discord about it, Account of a Fool, but if you're here, once you get the permissions that like anyone can view, I will set that up so we can have that next week because it's like a good database of all the good moments from the show. We also have merch. Merch link has been dropped in the chat as well. Second merch drop should be coming relatively soon actually with more custom designs and things like that. So be on the lookout for that. I'll announce it more when we get to it. And yeah, I believe that is going to be it. So thank you everyone for coming. I hope I made you shit yourself with the ending of that episode, but that was my goal. So, we will see you all next week for the next Breakpoints, and then in 2 weeks to conclude the Ragdus arc. Well, probably. I don't think you're going to stretch it out for 2 more episodes. Probably conclude the Ragdus arc. So thank you all for coming. Have a good rest of your night, and we will see you later.
See ya.
Bye.